great rabbit show last night. Today we're starting things off with our ag show today. Back barn, probably more. Lots of stuff today. The full plate of okay. We do want to invite you to come out and be with us. Brought up place Brady for the kids, of course, and then also all the animals that are as well. So, good morning. Glad to have you with us. We're going to walk over actually to the ag mechanics. Take a look at some of the things that are going in over there. There's a lot of great kids. We're going to go take a look at those right now. We are at the show barn here at Richmond Park. The ag mechanics. I want to mention to you that our major sponsor, Bureau, Farm Bureau, sponsor last night. And of course, I'll take a look around. I was going to catch some of the that are here at the show today.
I think they might use all the warm water though.
At McCulloch County Farm Bureau, we don't just support agriculture, we cultivate a community where the seeds of tomorrow are sown today. Our commitment to the McCulloch County Junior Livestock Show goes beyond sponsorship. It's about nurturing the next generation of leaders. Throughout the Texas Farm Bureau, we emphasize fostering agricultural awareness to empowering our youth because we believe in building not just farms and ranches, but futures. McCulloch County Farm Bureau, where every day we grow together. At Jacob's Cafe in Melbourne, we believe great food is more than a meal. It's an experience. When you step into our cozy cafe, you'll feel the warmth, of a country welcome and savor hearty, home-style cooking. From locally inspired dishes featuring Jacoby brand beef to our irresistible homemade desserts, it's a must-visit for travelers and locals alike. Open Monday through Saturday for breakfast and lunch and dinner on weekends. Discover more at jacobyfeed.com. Come taste the heart of Texas. In Texas, we don't just do business. We build relationships. At Commercial National Bank, our people aren't just employees. They're neighbors, coaches, Sunday school teachers, and volunteers. We know your name, your story, and we're here when it matters most. Because at Commercial National Bank, we're more than a bank. We're your community, growing with you. Commercial National Bank, Texas values, local service, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
And we are back here, of course, as I mentioned, we are at the Ag Mechanics competition currently right now at the stock show, and lots of great projects that are here.
Yes, that's what we're talking about, turning the parabola down.
You just showed me
I'm sorry, I did.
As I mentioned earlier, we are sponsored by Farm Bureau. We appreciate Farm Bureau being with us today as part of our McCulloch County Junior Livestock Show and Sale. We are currently here at the show barns, and very happy to have the Ag Mechanics Show going on currently here. I appreciate all those folks that are being with us here. And it's good to have Courtney Trullock with us, as a matter of fact. Courtney is with the Loan FFA department and that sort of thing. So, Courtney, tell me a little bit about the kids that you have out here today.
Well, today here at the Ag Mech Project, we have about 9 kiddos that have worked on 4 different projects. They've worked real hard the last few weeks to get them finished, and so we're proud to have them here today and being judged.
So what is Ag Mechanics? If you were trying to tell somebody what Ag Mechanics are, what actually is Ag Mechanics?
Ag Mechanics is, it's at Lone specifically, we focus on the welding and woodworking aspect of Ag Mech. So utilizing those technologies to be able to create things from scratch. And so the kids learn a lot about how things are engineered together, and then obviously the finishing aspect, the paint and the varnish and things like that.
So there's some really neat projects here today. I see everything from the swing. Now that was very creative. We just looked at the swing set, and I think that's part of the Lone group, right?
Yes, sir, it is, and they're very proud of that project. It's a huge swing. It fits 3 pretty big boys on it comfortably. It's pretty stout and sturdy, and that is probably one of the more impressive projects we have on here today. They work really hard.
So do they work as a team, or do they work individually?
Yes, sir.
Or how do they do it?
So there's teams of 3, and so we've had 3 students, I believe, working on each of these projects individually. So during class time, they're able to work on those things.
That's awesome. That's great. Well, of course, you guys have got a lot of other projects out here. A lot of animals will be shown today, too.
Yes, sir. We have several lambs. We have about 3 heifers, and then we also have some rabbits that show last night.
That's great. Courtney, thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
That's Courtney Trulock, of course, with the Lone FFA group, and certainly invite folks to come out and be with us today here. What a great lineup of ag mechanic activities that we have here today, and we certainly think these projects are great, and it'll be interesting to see what the judges decide as well. Also, thanks to Farm Bureau for our sponsor. We appreciate them being with us as well. We'll kind of take a look over some of the other projects again, kind of give you a look at some of these projects. I think there's about 6 or 7 of the ag mechanics projects that we have here today. We're going to hear a word from our sponsor, which are our friends over at Farm Bureau. We'll be right back at the McCulloch County Junior Livestock Show and Sale after this word from Farm Bureau.
At McCulloch County Farm Bureau, we don't just support agriculture, we cultivate a community where the seeds of tomorrow are sown today. Our commitment to the McCulloch County Junior Livestock Show goes beyond sponsorship. It's about nurturing the next generation of leaders. Throughout the Texas Farm Bureau, we emphasize fostering agricultural awareness to empowering our youth because we believe in building not just farms and ranches, but futures. McCulloch County Farm Bureau, where every day we grow together.
Well, good morning, everybody. We're back here inside the barn at the stock show here today. Micah Trull's back with us. Good morning, Micah. How are you?
Good morning. I am bright-tailed and bushy-eyed. You know, it's a toasty 42 degrees outside, and we're ready for the hogs to kick off.
We had a great rabbit show last night. That was fun.
It was a lot of fun. You know, I feel like I learned more as I made it up along the way as we were talking about it. But no, it was a great show.
And a good amount of kids that participated as well in the show. And as you and I talked about last night, a lot of times that might be the first project that those kids have. And a couple of the kids we were talking to was very interesting because they said that this was maybe their first year, second year, third year with rabbits, and they looked forward to doing sheep, goats, and maybe even cattle in the future.
It definitely is the gateway project. Now, I think we are about to have our second round of that with the hogs coming in here shortly. We're starting off with the gilts and then moving into the barrows.
So what are our numbers looking like today? What are we looking like with number-wise on some of the animals and that sort of thing here today?
You know, roughly we have around 12 to 15 hogs altogether, both between breeding and market. I would say we're the same on the cattle side and on the goats. Where we're going to blow up and have a phenomenal turnout is the sheep. So,
why is that?
I think it's another one of those projects that, especially in our area, with the amount of sheep and goat production that we have, it's a little bit easier to get into. Some of that, I think, is by design. You know, we have a lot of families out here that want to help our show and grow it. So what's easier than getting an animal from the pasture, feeding it out, and taking it to the show ring?
Lynn and I have talked several times. I mean, there's so much lamb that's raised around our area, but there's no restaurant in our area that serves lamb, is it? Isn't that interesting?
You know, it is, and actually I did some of my research in grad school on that and where that takes place. It definitely is a niche meat. I think it's fantastic, but it's like anything else. It depends on how you cook it.
Sure. So where I wonder where do the lambs where are they sold off to? What's that kind of where's the popularity, I guess, of lamb?
So the popularity is more in I would say the ethnic cuisines that you see. A lot of it you do have. In different cultures, you see it more frequently than what we do in ours. But if you watch over time, in the 1940s, lamb was consumed by many Americans across the board. A lot of that was due to World War II. And then as we progressed through the 50s and the 60s and you saw more expansion into your hog and cattle and then easier to access, that's where the decline for sheep really came through. Now where that's changed, a lot of the meat that was being consumed on the lamb side back in the 40s, those were your fine wool breeds. So those are more your wool-producing sheep. Now we're starting to see an emergence of your Dorper sheep, and those originally are from Africa, and they are a meat-producing sheep. Unlike many other, they are also considered to be a hair breed instead of wool. So that's where that production really leans into.
That animal, of course, being used for its wool and also for its meat as well, so it's kind of a dual-purpose animal.
Absolutely, dual-purpose. I help out with our wool judgers here, too, so I have a soft spot in my heart for the Dorper breed. One of my favorites to show growing up, but especially on the wool side, I think it's amazing what it does for the agricultural economy. Though small, it definitely does have an impact.
So, talking about the show today, the very big aspect of it is going to be tomorrow at our premium sale, and that's one of the most important aspects, if not the biggest aspect of the entire sale and show rather this weekend, because it gives the kids an opportunity to get some of that money back that they have invested. And I know that you guys are still soliciting for donations.
We are, and really just come and support, whether that be financially or to support these kids. There's so much time and effort, and especially money that they put forward to it. This is a great way to continue their projects down the road. I know personally it would have been extraordinarily difficult without the county show and all the people that supported me. In fact, in my office, I actually have a buyer's card put up from 2017 as a little bit of a reminder to be grateful for what got me to where I am today. So
if someone wants to actually contribute, Micah, how do they do that?
So it's very easy. If you want to go to the show, you can sign up to be a buyer there at the Civic Center. We'll have lunch at noon, and then the sales starting at 1. But say you have a kiddo that is near and dear to you, whether that be a family or a friend, you can also do add-ons. So you can go to the show, support them, and then write a little add-on to them. So there's several different ways.
Well, it's very important and certainly shows your appreciation for the work of these kids that they do each and every year. Now, we want to invite you to come out today. Today's going to be a big day because we're going through all the rest of the animals today, and we're looking forward to having a great house here at the G. Raleigh White Complex in the show barn. And this is a great facility for a show.
It is, and I do want to give a big thank you to Heather Miles. That has been a transition in itself with her overtaking the lease for G. Raleigh. She has been nothing but kind. So really and truly, Heather, if you're out there, we appreciate everything that they've done. They were out here during setup, have been willing to move and adapt and do anything that we need to grow and expand our show. But really, I think what we have here between the two different barns, of course, heaters would be nice. That's on my Christmas list for next year. But it's always...
It is, I have to say, it is a little cool in here, Micah, but it reminds me of the old days because in the old days, the stock show was always the coldest weekend. It didn't matter what weekend it was always the coldest weekend of the year.
That's stock show weather. If you're sweating, it's not the right time to be showing, in my opinion. But now, Tracy, I hate to run, but it looks like our judge has hit the ring, and we might be ready for our first class of gilts.
I'm ready too. So thank you, Micah. We'll check in with you in a little while there. Micah Trill with us, and he'll be with us all day long today, which is great. We appreciate him being a part of our show today, and also we want to thank our sponsors for allowing that to happen as well. And that's our friends over at Farm Bureau. They're our major sponsor for the event today. We also want to thank our friends at the Brady National Bank, also the Commercial National Bank. We have the folks at Yonkers. We also have the folks at Jacoby's as well, and also Brady Feed. They're our sponsor, of course, for our coverage throughout the entire weekend, and we appreciate each and every one of those businesses because they care about the youth of our area. We're going to take a look at the one of the sponsors right now, and we'll be right back with you.
At Jacob's Cafe in Melvin, we believe great food is more than a meal. It's an experience. When you step into our cozy cafe, you'll feel the warmth of a country welcome and savor hearty, home-style cooking. From locally inspired dishes featuring Jacoby brand beef to our irresistible homemade desserts, it's a must-visit for travelers and locals alike. Open Monday through Saturday for breakfast and lunch and dinner on weekends. Discover more at jacobyfeed.com. Come taste the heart of Texas.
We're live today from the McCulloch County Junior Livestock Show and Sale, and we are here at the G. Raleigh White Complex. First round of hogs coming into the arena right now. Our first gilts that are coming into for the first class that we have. Have a good hog show, they're telling us today, so looking forward to seeing some of these hogs and also visiting with some of these kids as well.
start strong with the guild show this morning. We're going to be working species to species, but what's impressive to me is that regardless of what you're judging, soundness to skeleton, the way that these animals get out and move is the most important. Young ladies, that's how red gill right there.
Good, how are you?
Structure to the highest degree.
You got a pig out there? Anybody showing pigs?
Looking gill, it's probably just the most comfortable and natural way that she utilizes her rear skeleton. Just her toes spread at the surface or covered as she pushes off the nose. She's not perfect, she's a little out on the rope, she's a little right around to her funny. But if I compare her to the gill that we have coming in second, she's strong on right in front of her tail face, having her muscle gills a little more jiggling to the floor of her chest and the spread that she has up high. I like the worship gill coming in second on the second round, she's on the ground. I thought she was just a little stronger than what we have remaining. I thought that good was hit back comfortably or Brady Bulldog Livestream. The base of her body, that gill still is sound and flexible the way that she goes from behind. A little tighter in terms of her rib, that gill just so they have your muscle. But about in terms of what radical sounds, the skeleton function, that gill probably fits second best. I think after that, it gets some challenge. Ultimately, this young man driving his red gill. I thought she was the next best. Just the turn to her rib and the internal dimension. I thought she was right. The skeleton and the gill were getting ready to talk, but still, just a little more comfortable in the way that she ran. That gill gets a little return to the general makeup. She started to make off her rear right just a little bit. I like to see her set down more comfortable. She's doing a nice job. Get her shown. Need to open her up to the field of the chest. This young lady's red gill coming out next. Incredibly good shape. I like that gill tilt of muscularity and power. A little straight from behind, starting to search and swing just a little bit. I think we'll tuck that gill in at her elbow and just loosen her spine just a little bit. We close out her big spot. You're doing a nice job back there. She's self-structured. She's big featured. She's fighting a little bit of surface today. Out there, they get quite comfortable. I'm not going to just a little bit of good class of the bottom folks. We're going to put our hands together all day long. These kiddos are going to drop all done. If you would, I want to congratulate the first class for what you guys.
He's got a great family. He's got 3 boys, and they got a third. He buried in Lexington and mom and football and wild and stuff. He didn't always get everything. How to wire things up. It's amazing. Did you? I was really thinking of that.
class as we continue to work through our guild show. I think this is the last class before we officially name your Grand Reserve, the young man in the blue shirt, striking the class champion. I think outside of that guild, just her front foot, she probably puts together the things that are hardest to do in my mind. Of what we have in this particular group, that guild comes out to the biggest in the floor of her chest. She's the stoutest in her skull. I still think the front foot's just a little soft. It goes out some height to shoulder, a good look up front. I thought compared to the guild that we're getting ready to talk for a second, she was stouter in terms of the rear leg. She was a little more functional in the way that she fired it. I like that guild, the length of her hip, the set to her tail, the way that she opens up on the right side of her blade is very good. I need to tuck her in just a short turn to her elbow. Watch that guild turn and take the corner, lower towards her loose and flexible. She'll pull her hind leg in just a shot. I don't want to get overly critical. That's a nice place to get started. I went back and forth between 2 and 3 in my mind. Ultimately, I landed on the young man's guild here, the Belgian guild for second. I thought compared to the young lady in the black shirt, that guild was more moderate in terms of her kind. She was a little huskier in the middle. I thought the turn to her body was more genuine on the backside of her leg, and still she accompanied it with just a little more softness of skeleton. Now she's got a bump of crest, and she gets a little painted up front. That goes just a shot vertical as you read her in terms of her blade, maybe not quite as comfortable as what the last winner was. I didn't think ultimately she was able to match the overwhelming weight and half the skeleton as what the last winner did. I thought she was a little bit softer weight. I thought she was a little more functional in the guild that we're getting ready to talk. Young lady in the black shirt ranked in the third place one, and he instantly hit me with a really good personal action. That guild in terms of the look up front, behind the shoulder, the rapid shape is incredibly impressive. I just didn't want to get too miss the forest with the trees a little bit, though. That goes good in terms of her chest. I thought up the top here, what we got, she got the tightest structure and the tightest rib. That guild needs to be just a little softer. I can do it later playing, and I can pick up back on either side of the skeleton. I can generate the pieces quite well. This young lady here before, I thought a good power build. That was open up, soft body, in good shape. I need to reorganize her just in terms of her skeleton. I feel the pigeon in her flex. She'll pick out her elbow and get just a little wonky from behind. And this is what would set in her structure. Young man in the corner dragon, the melted guild in great shape. Also looking, it goes just a little tighter ribs, just a little straighter rock. And he's just got a shot more comfortable. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, put your hands together for all of our passport guild exhibitors on the John Bell level.
For the class of OPB guilds in 2nd place, Rowan in we're on track now in 5th place, Joshua Thomas in 4th place, Brandon Randall in 3rd place, in 2nd place, Cooper Hill, and in 1st place, Braylon Brandon. So coming into the ring now, we have our Grand Guild Drive out of class 1. We have Marissa Feaster and Marissa Feaster.
We're here on KNELtv this morning from the Brady McCullough County Junior Livestock Show and Sale. Of course, kids from Brady and Rochelle and Lone all participating in the stock show for today. We're right here in our hog show, and our hog show is brought to you as a courtesy of all of our friends over at the Brady Bank, Brady National Bank. We appreciate them being the co-sponsor, one of our co-sponsors this year, and especially the sponsor of our hog show. We'll be right back after this word from the Brady National Bank.
Shall rise! Shall rise! Never give up! Never give up! Never give up! Never give up! Never give up!
Run power. It's been the wrong map. Power.
Now, Mary, come on! Go on!
The Brady Bank may be obsessed with Hail Marys, but when you bank with us, your finances won't need one.
Watch the screen! Watch the screen!
Not Coach, Hail Mary.
We're on defense!
Brady National Bank, a proud supporter of the Brady Bulldogs.
We're in the middle of the Gilt Show right now. We're actually doing the Grand Champion Gilt Drive. We'll soon know who the grand champion of Gilt is, and also the reserve grand champion of our Gilts are here today at the stock show.
That gilt was probably the toughest to turn in terms of generating value. The young man stormed up gilt that stood in second. I thought it was a little softer body, more functional than the gilt that was third. She gets a little up and down in terms of her leg. That gilt will pull her right leg in just as shot. Probably wasn't quite as skilled. I think the winners run away. I think it gets a little closer for reserve. If you would, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for these kiddos on an awesome gilt show. We're going to keep the cross race together. I like the young man, the blue beer champion. This young man over here is going to be the
For our Gilts, your champion goes to Cooper Owens, and your grand champion is Brady Bulldog. We'll now move into our Americas. First class, we have Cooper Owens, Landon Owens, Marissa Feaster, and Weston Brandenburg.
KNELtv is live today, and we are at the G. Raleigh White Complex and the Show Barn. Our results today and our broadcast today is being made as a presentation of some fine sponsors. Farm Bureau is our overall sponsor today. We'll hear a word from Farm Bureau. We'll be right back with you.
At McCulloch County Farm Bureau, we don't just support agriculture, we cultivate a community where the seeds of tomorrow are sown today. Our commitment to the McCulloch County Junior Livestock Show goes beyond sponsorship. It's about nurturing the next generation of leaders. Throughout the Texas Farm Bureau, we emphasize fostering agricultural awareness to empowering our youth because we believe in building not just farms and ranches, but futures. McCulloch County Farm Bureau, where every day we grow together.
And once again, good morning. We are back here at the stock show. Micah Trull. Micah, we just finished up our Gilt show.
I blinked. Where'd it go? No. Case did an excellent job sorting through them this morning. So we had our OPB and our crosses. For our OPBs, we'll start there. In 5th place, we had Cooper Owens. In 4th place, Haven Thomas. In 3rd place, Landon Owens. And your reserve OPB Gilt went to, your reserve and grand, to Marissa Feaster. Followed up by that, we had our cross division. In 5th place, we had Joshua Thomas. In 4th place, we had Braylon Brandenburger. In 3rd place, Weston Brandenburger. And your reserve champion went to Cooper Owens. And your champion went to Braylon Brandenburger. And in our class, or in our grand drive, we actually kept that in the crosses. So your grand champion was Braylon Brandenburger, and your reserve grand champion went to Cooper Owens.
Great show of Gilts.
I tell you what, I think I'm going to get my steps going back and forth to the booth today.
You better go.
Better run. Thank you.
Micah Trull with us this morning with some results from the stock show here today. Once again, we've got some more fine animals back in the arena right now. We want to thank our friends at Brady National Bank because they're the sponsor of our hog show today. We thank the Brady National Bank for being our sponsor today. We'll hear a word from them. We'll be right back.
Shall rise! Never give up! Never give up! Never give up! Never give up! We never give up!
Run power. It's been the wrong map. Power.
Come there. Come on. Go on.
The Brady Bank may be obsessed with Hail Marys, but when you bank with us, your finances won't need one.
Watch the screen! Watch the screen!
Coach, Hail Mary.
We're on defense!
Analytics.
Brady National Bank, a proud supporter of the Brady Bulldogs.
Back at the McCullough County Junior Livestock Show. We have our hog show currently underway. Just finished up with the gilts, and we've got another grouping of great animals out in the arena right now.
Kind of an interesting class as we start our hog show with. We got 3 crossbreds and a red. So my apologies for taking an extra second to just go down the lineup. I think there's some pigs that might even be stacked out later on down and have a tremendously bright future. As they come to me today, the young man that goes driving our class champion. I thought just initial impression alone, this pig probably hit me the hardest. Get it out in the open. He needs to be just a little bit better from behind, but I think past that, he's looking on his chest, he's got his head around. To the top of his blade skeleton, he lays the freshest crease from leg to root. I desire in terms of his proportions from the side, the height of his shoulder, the length of his hip, and the density of his arm, and his rear leg. I thought it's extremely good. Compared to the red that we had in second, I thought that bird was probably more aggressive in the shape that it featured on his top line. The trail on my line was, I thought the red barrel was more mobile out of his rear skeleton. I like that pig in terms of his promise, the width on either side of his tail base, his security from behind. He's not quite as husky as what Bill wanted his body. I didn't think that barrel came at me near as genuine as what it was today. I like his feature, I like his promise. I thought he was down the skeleton, I thought he was brought from behind. In the end, man's barrel was trying to third. But he might have the soundest pig in this particular lineup. I like the big flex and his rear skeleton quite well. We're shooting behind the info just a little bit. Substance. I thought of what we have out here today. Got just a little fire in terms of his rib cage. Got just a little narrow underneath. Young lady that's going to close this out. Pig's got unique pieces. Got a skeleton, a little dense middle. That guy's just a little lower. Secondly, quicker in terms of his maturity pattern. He's deeper from the top of his neck to the base of his jawline. And I thought of what we had out here. That man got the most tickly with the way that he climbed from behind. Talking about a nice photo with the wood bigger piece together for those exhibitors on the job well done. Nice carry from here, a little bigger than the young beside the Anthony right here, trying to vice champion compared to the young man's battle we have in second. That pig's taller, and at the point of his shoulder, his ear, and his look up front. I like that pig in terms of his head carriage and his ear set. He's a little wobbly from behind, but he's longer in for what the second place runner is. I think his general design is extremely nice from the side. With the range, it's just like secure. Maybe muscle up, and you know, those forward probably just a shot farther back. I didn't know if that barrel was quite as agile in terms of his rear leg. That guy's starting to really get in twist on his rear. I don't like anything around. They said just a shot, but I think in terms of his narrow car started well. Good barrel man to go 1, 2, 3 hits together, 4 on the job well done.
What are you going to say, Dave?
Oh, I was just going to say that Gracie just told me that I remember when that car was more, like hundreds of things. So I hope that that was, I see some new faces, so maybe we have to get that in.
Nice group of players. We close out the Market Home Show. We go back through and just discuss what my thoughts were. The young man that most class model. I thought he won fairly handedly. Down barrel look going forward is really impressive. Just the height of his shoulder, his head carriage. He's got the highest rim look out here, and he matches it with a big arm and a strong front foot underneath. I like the way that guy presents himself on the side and ties his lines together. We talked about it. He needs to be brought up on the side of his tail. That better actually, his ankles read it extremely sound. He's just a little tentative in the way that he fires his rear leg kind of annoyingly. That guy's awesome and beautiful. The shape that he turns out of the back of his shoulder and like just how big he is over his 10. We're right there at the 30th second. I like that guy's feature quite well. If we can bend the back in his knee just a little bit. I think that his density is skeleton. I think the turn of his body is going to impress in a recognition later on down the line. He wasn't quite as aggressive up high as what a Tesla was. I think he just brought him to the base of his body just a little bit, but a stout rear leg that goes right every time. I like the feature that guy poses quite well. We jumped to the cross spreads, and I thought a good pair of pigs that both have a tremendous amount of feature. The young lady in the black shirt won that particular decision from the side, taller shoulder, either looking I thought probably had a higher ceiling from the side. He matches it with the stout rear leg. No, he's just a little wobbly. He's nursing just a little bit of sunburn on his back. But I like that what he represents from gold on the side. This is just a little bit coordinated. The young man that stood in second, big chested, broad back. I like that guy's power approach quite well. Got a little round of blade, got a little round of head trap, and see him just utilize and pick up and go. His rear leg a little bit safer, more secure. Maybe it's close out here from Rankin Reserve, but I think it comes down between the pair of pigs. I like this young man right here. He's driving the champion. That young man is driving the reserve.
Live from the McCullough County Junior Livestock Show at the G. Raleigh White Complex. We're into the Market Hog Division. The Market Hog Division, this is our second class of Market Hogs today. And our Market Hogs, and our entire hog show being brought to you as a service of our friends at the Brady National Bank as our co-sponsor especially. We thank the Brady National Bank. Of course, they've been in business since 1905, and we appreciate the Brady National Bank for being our special co-sponsor today of our hog show. I also want to thank the folks at Farm Bureau. Farm Bureau is our corporate sponsor for the entire weekend's worth of activities, and we appreciate Farm Bureau and what they do for agriculture, the agriculture community, and of course with us here at KNEL Radio as well. A great day to be with us here at the stock show. I invite you to come out and join us. We have a full concession stand for you. They have breakfast tacos. They have chips and drinks and all that kind of good stuff, hot chocolate and coffee, which is important out here today, as cool as it is already continually this morning. They have a full concession stand being manned, of course, by the FFA and 4-H kids that are participating in the stock show for today. We also want to thank our top 10 buyers from last year. That's 4K Ranch and Farm Operations, also Tarleton Alumni Association, the Brady National Bank, Cortez Welding, Fencing, and Dozer, Brady Butane Company, the Commercial National Bank, Heimer Insurance Services, also Matterhorn Express, Pumpco, Graves Group Insurance, Brady and Hamilton Law Firm LLP, and the PAC Foundation. And it's good to have Michelle Pitcox here with us today. Michelle, let's talk a little bit about those. Of course, Michelle is involved as a treasurer with the organization, and so Michelle, tell the folks a little bit about how they might be able to contribute to the sale tomorrow if they haven't been approached yet.
If they would like to contribute, they can get one of the board members, or if they know Tyler Williams, they can contact him, or even come out to the sale. We're going to be having a meal provided by Cattleman's Barbecue, and come at 12, and then the sale starts at 1, and then can get a buyer's card and start raising it up and spend as much money as they would like.
So you don't even have to actually do that if you don't want to. You can just give $100 or $200 or $500 or $1,000 or whatever. They can do that as well and let you guys bid on the animals, right?
That is correct, yes. So they can reach myself. My number is 456-8147, or Tyler Williams, Jason Jacoby, Jeff Bedwell, Micah Trull. They're also on the sale committee.
Sounds great. Appreciate you being with us.
Thank you.
Michelle Pitcox with us. We're going to hear a word from our friends at Brady National Bank, and then I think we're going to have some results. Let's hear a word from Brady National Bank, and we'll be right back with you.
Shall rise! Shall rise! Never give up! Never give up! Never give up! Never give up! We never give up!
Run power. It's been the wrong night. Power.
Now, Mary, come on! Go long!
The Brady Bank may be obsessed with Hail Marys, but when you bank with us, your finances won't need one.
Watch the screen! Watch the screen!
Coach, not Coach. Hail Mary.
We're on defense!
Brady National Bank, a proud supporter of the Brady Bulldogs.
Moving into the ring now, we have our senior showmanship division for hogs, to be followed by the Brady Goats. Our class 1 Brady Goats, we have Carlos Gonzalez, Charlie Williams, Billy Powell, and Princess Lewis.
One of the two seniors, I'll tell you what, I was hoping that these two young people would come back for this particular contest throughout the duration of the show, but they exhibited a high degree of showmanship ability, and so my compliments to both of you two. The job well done, the young man in blue. It was very, very intense. You can tell he's a seasoned vet when it comes to showing pig. There's some times when that get just a little racy, get just a little paced up. Almost I wish she would slow down and settle in just a little bit, but you're doing a nice job. The young lady right here, driving the legs up, probably just a little more comfortable in terms of the speed that she drives that yoke down. just the way that she keeps that field's head carriage in her, keeps her driving back, running that field. It's a really, really tough decision for the cleanup. I thought that the young person that made the least amount of mistakes was that young lady right there with the red field. She's going to be a champion here in the city show. This is a great big show. If you would, one last time, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for these girls.
Well, live from the McCullough County Livestock Show on KNELtv, Tracy Pitcox with you here today. We just finished up our swine show, a great show. They just did the showmanship awards, and we'll be getting those results for you. The swine show in just a few minutes. Mike Cottrell will be joining us for that to give us the final results. I do want to mention to you that we're very happy that the Brady National Bank is a sponsor of our swine show. We're going to hear a word from Brady National Bank, and we will be right back with you.
Shall rise! Shall rise! Never give up! Never give up! Never give up! Never give up! Never give up!
Run power. It's been there all night. Power.
Hail Mary, come on! Go long!
The Brady Bank may be obsessed with Hail Marys, but when you bank with us, your finances won't need one.
Watch the screen! Watch the screen! Coach, not Coach, Hail Mary! We're on defense! Analytics!
Brady National Bank, a proud supporter of the Brady Bulldogs.
For our Brady Hill show, about 15 minutes out, we are having our judge take some pictures with the hogs. And in about 15 minutes, we are moving to the first class of Brady Hills. For that first class, we have Carlos Gonzalez, Charlie Williams, Eddie Brown, and for our Brady Hills, about 15 minutes.
Everybody got the crud, yeah, she's sitting right here next to everybody.
Look at you go.
Oh, well, good morning, everybody. We are back here at the Stock Show just having a great time. Mike Cottrell's with us. And, Mike, we just finished up the swine show.
We did. I managed to keep my job for it, hopefully. No, it was a great market hog show, so a good set of arrows out there. I don't have my first class of results here, but I do have our grand overall, our reserve, and our junior showmanship. So overall, We have our reserve grand champion went to Collins Brandenburger out of our cross class, and our grand champion actually went to Landon Owens out of our OPBs. So very excited for them. For junior showmanship, Collins Brandenburger came right on back to win that, and our senior showmanship went to Marissa Feaster.
So, of course, I know the Brandenburgers are they've shown hogs for a long time. Owens the same way with them?
The Owens are pretty green actually getting into it. But, I believe this is their third year showing, and it's fantastic to see how much that they have taken up to it. Talking to them, Beth had a little bit of a background, Beth Owens. T.O. not quite as much, so he had to learn on the run, but they have an amazing support system, both families out there, to really get that going.
So I got to ask, what do you think they're looking at? I know we'll talk to the judge, but what do you think the judge is looking at today?
I'll do a little shout out to a friend of mine over in the wall, Trevor Schwartz. He was one of the bigger hog showers that I knew growing up, and his 3 words were round, sound, and low to the ground. That's the key for hogs there. In terms of, again, back on the breeding side, like we talked about with the rabbits, you're looking for that volume, the fluid motion, getting back and forth, and really the ability to hold a bigger litter. And then on the market side, it comes down to meat. You're looking for big rear ends on them. I don't know a better way to say it. Good rib shape, good forefront, very square built, put together. Case can put it very much more eloquently than what I can. But really, it comes down to how smooth they are and how well they're built.
I want to go back just for a minute, too, and mention the Ag Mechanics projects this morning. I know you went out there and took a look at them, and I did too. That's a neat aspect of the show. There were some really neat projects that were out there that are being shown today by those kids from Lone, Rochelle, and, of course, Brady.
I tell you what, if I could weld about half as good as those kids out there, my dad would have a lot more use for me. No, it really is neat to see, because you have everything from deer blinds all the way down to trailers. You have walking stands for sheep. So there's actually some incorporation between the livestock projects and actual ag mech projects, which is really, really fun to see.
It really is. It's amazing that those kids did that together. Talking to Courtney Trulick earlier in the program, she was telling us that those kids divide up in teams of 3, and so it's not only a project that they're working on, but it's actually definitely teamwork they have to do too, which is a great learning idea.
It is, and I think that prepares you for going into any field. You're going to have to work with people eventually, whether you agree or not. So getting that at that age, and especially putting together an idea. And a lot of these projects, they're from scratch. They are built from the ground up. So, of course, the bigger you get, the harder it gets to do by yourself. So bringing in those different ideas and that extra help, it is just cool to see what they have accomplished.
For sure. What's up next?
Next up, we have our breeding and our market goats. Again, we have probably around 15. We're hoping to start at 10. We moved a little bit quick through the hog show, so again, it should be about 10 to 11 for our goats, followed by our Angora goats. There may be a slight break for lunch. There may not be, depending on our judge. So it will be a lot of fun, but fast-paced for sure.
So if you're coming out to the stock show today, our opinion or our idea is you need to come now, because you need to come and take advantage of all the things going on. We're going to get started again in just about 10 minutes or so, I guess, with some more action. And so be sure and come out and join us today, and also be prepared for the premium auction that will be held tomorrow at the Civic Center as well. So any other final thoughts?
I do. And this was a thought as I was coming back over here, kind of on our last talk about the sale tomorrow. If you would like to donate, please feel free to reach out to myself, reach out to any one of our board members here. We would love to see you come out and support. And some of the difficulty is you want to, but you don't know exactly how. I think, and we talked about that. Very simple. I hope I'm not a scary person to talk to, but no, we would love to have you out and come support these kids. So please feel free. Don't feel bad for asking. We would just love to see you there.
For sure. We'll be checking in with Mike a little bit later with some more results. Of course, our hog show is brought to you by our friends at the Brady Bank, Brady National Bank. We'll be right back after this word from the Brady National Bank.
Shall rise! Shall rise! Never give up! Never give up! Never give up! Never give up! We never give up!
Ron Power, it's been all in that power.
Hail Mary, go long, go long.
The Brady Bank may be obsessed with Hail Marys, but when you bank with us, your finances won't need one.
Watch the screen! Watch the screen!
Coach, Coach, Hail Mary.
We're on defense!
Brady National Bank, a proud supporter of the Brady Bulldogs.
It was as big as that big word probably at my house. It was the biggest trip. He caught him.
We have live coverage today from the McCulloch County Junior Livestock Show here today at the G. Raleigh White Complex. Getting ready to have our goat show coming up. Got lambs, of course. Got cattle coming up as well for you today. Great hog show already this morning. We had a great rabbit show last night, and of course our ag mechanics this morning as well. So I invite you to come join us here at the G. Raleigh White Complex in the show barn for the livestock show this year. Our major sponsor for the entire event this year is our friends at Farm Bureau. We appreciate Farm Bureau for being part of all of our broadcasts today. First time that we've done the entire show from the beginning to the end, and we thank the folks at Farm Bureau for being a part of that. KNELtv, you can catch us on our KNEL website, KNELradio.com. You can also check us on our Facebook channel, also our YouTube channel today, and you can also get us on Roku. We're broadcasting on all of those areas from the stock show for today.
I told him, I said, I'll guarantee you we'll get a caterpillar.
Anyway, I was up there about 6 weeks. Everything was going good. And a neighbor down the lane said, that I had met. Said, you need to get out and meet you. You don't know your neighbors. You don't know your people. We're going to go to the bank and we'll get you. Yeah. So we walked into the bank and we had another place that you could eat something. The wife of the man I was there with, she said, you need to do this. You want to say hi? Hi.
Did you see me show the pig? I won't do it. I won't do it professionally. I'll stick to the sheep. Then she's got to show it for us.
Everybody went back home to get all the team days. So that was just a large way of getting me up there. You know, I tell you like I'd go to the Safeway. We have a count there. I go every 3 weeks. And I had my foreman had his wife. And this little guy would sit down there, sitting me out, and had all this basketball over there. This is stuff. said, yeah, I'm a big eater. She got real sick after I told her. I said, no, we didn't let you have it. She said, that really took me. You look up there, you play this basketball and grocery up in the leaves. Little bitty old skinny guy. You need a good one. I'll tell you what, you know what KNEL drinks like? KNEL. Back until about late 60s, early 70s, KNEL was the drink that you used to drink Great CC. And it took 50 cc to get a great big old drink down the head. You reach down and bucket of that drink and give it singing. Then they come out with China style, and people used to put it around the field and then take the CC. But anyway, back during the day, we run a lot of stuff. We run 1,000 head of gross and 500 head of sheep. We just have a lot of sheep. That whole bucket of that, I was a long time over my head. We were drinking. And we do all the drinking. I carry the bucket of drink. People work that far.
We are kicking off the great Carly Williams, Carlos Gonzalez, Billy Powell, and Ryan Lewis. This is the first call for second class of Brady Bulldog. Carly Williams,
We are live on KNELtv from the McCulloch County Junior Livestock Show, and we just got started with our goat show for today. Just getting started with our goat show, and our goat show is brought to you as a courtesy of our co-sponsor, which is our friends at Jacoby's. So once again, Jacoby's is Melvin, of course, our co-sponsor for the goat show for today. We'll hear a word from Jacoby's. We'll go back to the arena right after this.
When you need quality supplies for your home or ranch, Jacoby's Feed and Seed in Melvin is your go-to destination. Family run since 1981, Jacoby's offers everything from premium livestock and deer feed to hunting gear, tools, and even kids' toys. Trust and support are the roots of our business, ensuring the finest supplies for your farm and home. Jacoby's commitment to excellence keeps your projects on track and your livestock thriving. So when you think feed and seed, think Jacoby's.
Our goat show, we spoke with those last ago, so I'll tell you what, we got a really good stuff going on. It's still like on the boat, we can send behind the everything up front, she wins it, also in the commanding fashion. As I have worked Texas, me and my partner in crime, Skylar Scott, we've kind of had a good deal hard together. So I'm really the young lady's national girl. Looks like she's got the best chance to generate something. That's the scout that's had the biggest long gun that opens up probably the knowledge in terms of her chest. I'm not going to call just her line perfect. I'm going to have her tail base just a little bit. I'm going to use my biggest window. Still goes together with her. I'm going to make it probably represents the hardest of all. Shooting at big on the punch, that's what we're wrestling for success, and nice place for it. Mr. Carlos comes in next for Mike and I goes for function, okay? She's good, she's sound structured compared to what we have down the line. I thought yours was an X-Press, just a tone to it. She's a little plainer, a little bit of promise. She probably can't finish still the one that teach you. We're doing a nice job getting her shot. I wouldn't think her line her hip and just make her a shot sound structured. I thought she was better in terms of the tone of her midline than the spot back row that we got coming in third. Miss Minton is doing a nice job showing a long neck, good looking though. That's got a really good tone of limits on the side. She needs to be starting up in terms of her feature. That though probably gives up the most in terms of just WDA, the turn of her body, the depth crew we've been playing. I still think she probably pulled together a more unique image. Yours probably just a little sour structure depending on I like that over power. You just gotta make her balance out a little bit better, all right? Tell them about her really nice class. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't mind, here means
Just finishing up our first class of lightweight goats today. Just finishing up our first class of that group. We got our second class of goats coming in next. Jacoby's in Melvin is our sponsor, our co-sponsor for all of our goat and sheep classes for today. Jacoby's also, of course, a platinum buyer at the stock show. Appreciate the support for Jacoby's for, of course, all the community agricultural needs, but especially with the McCulloch County Junior Livestock Show and Sale. We thank Jacoby's and Melvin for being our co-sponsor of the Goat Show this year.
This one. Okay. I'm going to go take this over there where he's at and set it up. And we'll see if it makes it across the room. Okay, that's this one. And that's all it is that into there. And then that comes out of over there. So that's your controlled by this one. Isn't that great? Okay, well, let's see how it sounds over there. Let's see if I can sort of get it in position for that.
We're going to have to get out of the way. We're trying to do teenage TV. We're professional around here.
You know, I wonder if this crap goes too far.
You've been trying to get me to do this for us. One time I did it, now you're picking it up.
Well, we're back here today at the McCullough County Livestock Show and into the goats now, Michael.
We're into the goats, and Tracy, I want to let you know that our viewers out there are getting a kick out of what we're doing. So I don't know if that's right or wrong.
We appreciate both of them.
Shout out to my mom somewhere. She said, good job, Tracy and Tracy Jr. And I took that as a compliment. And I'm about to have to run, and I'll be right back. But for our lightweight breeding meat goat division, in fourth place, Janiyah Lewis. In third place, Finley Powell. In second place, Carlos Gonzalez. And in first place, Charlie Williams.
Good results. We'll check back with you. Mike Control, of course, with us today. And we are currently in the goat show right now. And a lot of good goats out there right now. And invite you to come by and be a part of the show today. Of course, once again, our broadcast today being brought to you courtesy of our friends at Farm Bureau, as well as all the fine folks as well of the Jacobies in Melvin. We appreciate that very much. We'll go back out to the arena right now.
Turn it on whenever you're talking, and we can hear you.
That is high tech right there.
Huh? High tech, yeah. I thought I'd just put it up, set it up there, and we'll see how it works, okay?
The young ladies in second is probably just a little bigger. Right over the Ronettes, that's a standard structure though, that's bigger in terms of her head. I thought in terms of her balance and structure, we maybe could be upgraded just a little. She's a little deeper in terms of her shoulders, and she's got some sack in her top line, and I can up around her hip. But a good pair of those nonetheless with a really nice class room. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for one of our John Well Done as we walk into the nice spots here at heavyweight goes.
We already gave the first one.
The lightweight?
Do you want us to hold on to the heavies?
I invoice my invoices at the house.
I can go look for the meetings if you want.
I'm sure we should have had them. I swore we had them. Haven't done it yet. But I've looked at a lot of things since then.
Results for our medium weight breeding meat goats. In third place, Natalia Valdez. In second place, Finley Powell. And in first place, Charlie Williams. Coming into the ring now, we have our heavy breeding meat goats with Carlos Gonzalez, Princess Lewis, Michaela Valdez, and Rylan Holt.
Don't worry about the banners thing. I'll figure it out.
Okay.
And I'll
Worst
get,
case, we got the
was
best.
Finley second? Powell? Okay, that's family. I think that's my bad. Oh, I swear I had it though.
Mickey, do we have AgMac results? Thank you.
Our goat show currently going on at the McCullough County Junior Livestock Show. Goat show being brought to you as a service of our co-sponsor, Jacobies, as well as our friends at Farm Bureau. Good classes of goats here today. Good crowd on hand, too. Our bleachers are about full. A lot of folks standing around, enjoying the stock show on this crisp, cool morning.
nice competition to get into our heavyweight does, the nice division, this particular does show. I don't know if there was just a clear-cut winner like we've had in previous classes, but I do know that the young man's spot that doe that wins. I started very comfortably, I think, compared to the doe that we have in second. Probably just a little bit of balance from the side. Higher neck, neater in the way that she ties it to the top of the blade. I like that doe's general structure, just a bend back to her shoulder, knee, and her front foot. She's not the stoutest legged or maybe just the hardest pike that we have handled today, but I still like that doe's function and utilization of skeleton quite well to go ahead and start. I thought she was a little neater up front, a little taller shoulder than the doe that we had in second. Young lady, the trade-off is yours is probably just a little bigger footed, a little bit bolder in the turn to her body. I didn't know if that doe balanced up quite as nicely. She's a little thicker in terms of her neck, a little deeper in terms of her blade, and I could elevate her out of her pin set just a little bit. But a good pair from there to go 1 and 2. It was close between the bottom pair of goats. I thought Miss Princess's goat was just a little bit stouter structured. I thought that doe was a little bit neater neck, and I thought she was a little truer in terms of her shape. She's a little rounder in terms of her hip that needs to bounce up just a little bit better. That's where the young man close to the sound has the advantage. Leveler may go. There's probably just a nickel better balance. I thought she was probably from a conditioning standpoint pushing the most over her body wall. That doe got just a little flatter and narrower from behind. Good class from top to bottom. I'm excited to get our grand drive in here in just a second. If you don't mind, put your hands together for these kiddos on the job well done. That's what I'm going to grand drive for our show.
For our heavyweight division, in 4th place, Ryland Holden. In 3rd place, Princess Lewis. In 2nd place, Michaela Valdez. And in 1st place, Carlos Gonzalez. We are now entering our drive for the Grand and Reserve Breeding Goat. Out of Class 1 in the lightweights, we have Charlie Williams and Finley Powell. In your medium weight division, we have Charlie Williams and Finley Powell. And in the heavies that were just leaving the ring right now, coming back on in, we have Carlos Gonzalez and Michaela Valdez.
Wait, there's buckles this year for just the championship? I might have this in the bag. First buckle of this show.
So we have wrapped up our Ag Met competition, and we can see a lot of our contestants are hanging out here in the ring with us, supporting their friends. For all of our Ag Met showers, at the end of the goat showmanship, we're going to call you into the ring, okay? So y'all just hold on tight. We got a couple more to go, but we are excited to give you those results.
How many in order classes are there?
20.
I was going to say, probably not.
You want them both here.
No. Don't have it.
Generally not. He's got that one stick there ain't no good.
Our goat show was really, really good. sure to extend my compliments to all of you families ringside. I'm doing a nice job. I know the challenge, unfortunately, of just getting livestock cared for throughout the year and getting them to your county fair. And I know that you guys are going to be prepping and working to go to maybe some bigger shows later on down the road. Best of luck to you guys. I think your livestock is particularly fun. I'll be honest with you guys, I don't get the chance to do many counties with the judging schedule, and so you guys are always one that I'll put on my calendar to get back to because you guys do a nice job. With that being said, we have a lineup of does that I think are extremely good. We started strong in Class 1. A doe personally that I would like to breed around myself because she's big-footed, she's got the right intangibles. She's just a little shorter in terms of her hip and higher in terms of her plane, but I like that those breeding value quite well. Skinny neck, big-legged. She's got the right kind of turn to her barrel. A young man that was second to her, probably not quite as just big in terms of her feature, but I thought that those lines fit together extremely nicely. Good in terms of her barrel and body roll. That those still opens up with some genuine width underneath. Probably the best show though of what we have for this particular lineup is the young ladies Class 2 winner. She's stout-headed, short-eared. She's got, I'm telling you what, virtually vacant to the floor of her chest line. I like that though. Like her Class 1 beforehand. She's big-footed, but she's got the best turn to her body. And she's probably pulls together with the most intriguing image. We talked about her earlier in class. I'm not going to call her the longest or the levelest out of her hip, but I could square her up in terms of her hind leg. When the young lady gets her set up just like that, I think she pulls together with a really nice look. The doe that was second, there was a close decision between 2 and 3. I thought the young lady in the white on the back row, I thought her doe pulled down a little more memorable in terms of her image. Taller shoulder, neater out front. That doe probably just couldn't match the overwhelming just density and body shape of what her Class 1 did. I thought a really nice entry there for second. We ended on the pair of heavyweights here that I went back and forth between. Better looking stock on the front line. I thought there was a doe that was just a little bit stouter. Pick up my right. I like the spot neck there, her elevation, her internal look. She's got a little side on the top line. She's not probably the stoutest doe we have in this particular lineup, but I like that doe's function quite well. Top to bottom, guys, it was a really, really good doe show. If you would put your hands together, I like the middleweight to be our champion. We'll follow up with the lightweight for reserve. A good doe show nonetheless. Congratulations to all you recipients.
Last year at some show, he came up and had about 6 conversations. And I was just
We're doing just 2. For our breeding meat goats, your reserve grand champion out of Class 1 goes to Charlie Williams. And your grand champion overall out of your second class goes to Charlie Williams. We are now moving into our market goats. Once we wrap this up, once we wrap up our goat show, we will then move into our ag mechanics show. Our first class of market goats for the lightweights, we have Finley Powell, Grayson White, and Rylan Holt.
And then we don't show barn. At lunch, we had lunch duty. At lunch duty, you get to go into the old show barn and smoke cigarettes.
When?
Who was the what?
Back at the McCullough County Junior Livestock Show, and I've got the Brandenburgers with me. Braylon, how are you today?
Pretty good.
Tell me a little bit about how you did this year in the stock show.
So far I've gotten Grand Gilt, and then she has Reserve Barrow so far.
That's pretty good. Now, you guys have been showing hogs for a long time. When did you get into the hog business?
I think it was 2019 when we started doing hogs, and we got a little blue barrow, and we decided to bring it here, and we won it. So we decided that we were going to start showing bears and pigs. So
What goes into taking care of pigs? What do you have to do to take care of pigs?
So you, most of the time, every other day, you got to wash them, walk them, clean pens 2-3 times a week, and then feed, obviously, and then make sure they have good, clean water.
Now, you go to some of the major stock shows too, right? What are some of the stock shows you go to?
So we go to San Angelo, Odessa, Houston, Austin, and then San Antonio.
What do you learn? What do you learn from stock showing? What have you learned through the years from stock showing?
A lot. I couldn't even tell you how much I've learned. I've learned so much from over the years.
And you got some more animals coming up that you're showing?
Yeah, we've got, Collins has a black, I have a black. I believe we're in the same class. And then I'm going to be showing a steer for Peyton Nuncio. So.
Great. Well, congratulations again. And we've got Collins with us. Collins, how are you?
Good.
So, how did you do today?
I got Reserve Grand Champion Market Barrow.
And also, you were up. You participated in some of the showmanship stuff. So, tell me.
One showmanship.
So, tell me what it is about showmanship. What? Somebody that doesn't understand showmanship. What is showmanship?
So, it's just showmanship comes from not how good the pig looks, it's how you show the pig to the judge. So you got to start that months before shows, years before shows sometimes. But showmanship is just like how you show your pig to the judge.
So I know you've been showing for many years. How did you learn how to show?
So my mom's friend is Kobe, and so he introduced us to pigs, and we were like, oh, this sounds fun, and then we just kind of, I don't know, just.
Well, you've done very well. Congratulations. Are you showing something else today?
Yes, sir. I'm going to show medium wool in the second to last class of the day.
Awesome. And I've got to mention, too, that I've been watching the Methodist Church Facebook page from time to time, and I enjoy seeing you singing on there, too.
Thank you.
You're going to sing a song for us today?
No, sir.
All right. Well, good luck and congratulations, okay?
Okay. Thank you.
Collins Brandenburger here with us, and we'll be back in just a few more minutes with some more right here from the McCullough County Livestock Show. We're going to go back out to the arena right after we hear this word from our friends at Jacoby's.
At Jacoby's Cafe in Melbourne, we believe great food is more than a meal. It's an experience. When you step into our cozy cafe, you'll feel the warmth of a country welcome and savor hearty, home-style cooking. From locally inspired dishes featuring Jacoby brand beef to our irresistible homemade desserts, it's a must-visit for travelers and locals alike. Open Monday through Saturday for breakfast and lunch and dinner on weekends. Discover more at jacobyfeed.com. Come taste the heart of Texas.
For AgMech results, we will then resume the goat showmanship. Thank you. A little bit of an audible there. It'll be okay.
tell you, folks, what, here's probably, just to be honest with you guys, the first decision that we have had to make between two really elite animals, in my opinion. I think these goats are extremely good. They couldn't be more different in terms of their type and kind. We got a good shape high neck, one that needs just a little bit more bone. We got one that probably could be just a little tinier in terms of his type and kind. Young ladies class winner standing right across from me, I'll tell you guys what I like. That goat's structure is extremely good. His feet are denim plates underneath of him, but everything has the right bend and flex and motion underneath. On either side of the scale.
And once again, we are back at the livestock show today. I have got Landon and Cooper Owens with me, and you are
Landon Owens.
All right, Landon, and you're showing what were you showing today, Landon?
I am showing pigs today.
How did you do today, Landon?
I did good, and I got a belt buckle and a couple first places, and I won grand champion.
Have you showed pigs before?
Yes, I have.
So how many years have you been showing pigs?
2.
And how old are you?
I am 8.
8 years old. You've been showing since you were 6. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So do you enjoy livestock showing?
Yes, sir.
All right. Who's this guy standing next to you?
He is my older brother. His name is Cooper Owens.
All right, Cooper, how are you, buddy?
Good.
So what have you been showing today?
I'm showing pigs.
How did you do today?
I got reserve champion gilt.
Awesome. So how long have you been showing?
I've been showing, this is my 3rd year.
So what do you like about livestock showing?
It teaches me a lot of responsibility, and I get to learn a lot of stuff with my friends.
And I also have to ask you, is it hard work to take care of animals before the stock show?
No, it's not too hard, but it's definitely important.
And what do you learn whenever you're doing livestock showing? What do you learn?
I learn a lot about how the animals react and what they can do with whenever they react to you.
That's great. Well, you guys look like you're a great team together. Congratulations, okay?
Thank you.
Y'all still going to continue to show in the future?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, good luck and congratulations, okay? That's a couple of fine young men there, and we want to invite you to come and be with us at the livestock show today. We're going to go back out to the arena right now. Our broadcast being brought to you as a service, of course, of our friends at Jacoby's, our co-sponsor, and also Farm Bureau. We appreciate them sponsoring our broadcast for today.
Miss Finley and Mr. Grayson made up our class one first and second. I like that pair of goats quite well. They were a little closer in my mind than what I initially thought. Ultimately, I thought Finley's goat probably took balance, finesse, and a little bit of feature to a higher degree. I thought that goat, compared to Mr. Grayson's market goat that stood in second, a little bit neater at the top of her neck, top of his neck. I thought specifically hands-on, though not as broad right in behind her blade. I thought this weather probably took it back a little ranker in terms of his loin edge and out of his pin set. I like that goat quite well. It needs to be just a little broader at the base of his body, and his chest width could be just a little bit better. I could stand that guy up in terms of feature, but I like his shape and cutability. The market goat that stood in second, bigger featured, little sounder structured. I like that goat's head. She's a little bit broader right in behind her blade, but she probably lacks from there back. I need to elevate that goat in every direction in terms of her chest and blade. Her rib cage could all sit just a little bit higher, but I like both of those quite well. We just spent a long time discussing class 2. I thought a pair of goats that were more muscular. I thought they were better balanced than what we had at a class 1. No use in wasting any time here. I thought the market goat show was exceptional. I thought the goat show was extremely good. I like the two heavyweights to stay together as great and reserve. If you would, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Go on for market goat exhibitors today and jump right down.
Your reserve grand champion market goat goes to Charlie Williams. And your grand champion overall goes to Grayson Williams. Let's give him a hand. Case, would you mind?
All right, we are back here at the McCulloch County Livestock Show. I have Marissa and Kayla with me today. How are y'all today?
Good, how are you?
Doing just great. Tell the folks a little bit about what you exhibited today.
We showed pigs, Burke, Duroc, and Hampshire.
So how long have you been showing?
This is my 3rd year.
You like showing pigs?
I love it.
So So where do you find your pigs? Where do you find your pigs to buy?
Texas Genetics. Clint Hoffman, he's a great breeder. Yes, sir.
And so whenever you go and pick your pig, how do you know which pig is going to do good for you?
Well, he talks to us a little bit on every single one of them, and we look at them to see if they have a good structure on them, what we could give them in the future to make them look even better, and that's just kind of what we base off of.
Well, looks like you did pretty good. I think that's a belt buckle, isn't it? You want to show the folks your belt buckle? Wow. That's a big belt buckle for a little girl.
Oh, it's okay.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
So, and tell me about what you did.
I mostly help out her getting her animals ready for everything and just being on standby in case anything happens.
So, do y'all enjoy working together with your animals?
Yes, sir.
What do you learn mainly about stock show?
It takes a lot of hard work and dedication and so much patience.
Are you going to go to any of the major stock shows?
Oh, yes, sir.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
There's some very sharp kids out here today, and we invite you to come by and be with us and check them out, too, here at the McCulloch County Junior Livestock Show, being brought to you, of course, as a presentation of our friends at Jacoby's. A word from Jacoby's. We'll be right back.
When you need quality supplies for your home or ranch, Jacoby's Feed and Seed in Melvin is your go-to destination. Family run since 1981, Jacoby's offers everything from premium livestock and deer feed to hunting gear, tools, and even kids' toys. Trust and support are the roots of our business, ensuring the finest supplies for your farm and home. Jacoby's commitment to excellence keeps your projects on track and your livestock thriving. So when you think feed and seed, think Jacoby's.
Well, we are back at the Livestock Show, and I have Weston Brandenburger with me. How are you, Weston?
Good.
So I had your brother and your sister on a few minutes ago, and you're showing too, right?
Yes.
So tell me a bit about your animal. What did you show today?
I showed a gilt and a duroc.
A gilt and a duroc. Did you name your gilt and your duroc? Do they have any names?
I forgot my duroc's name, but my gilt's name is Nina.
Nina? That's a beautiful name. So how long have you been showing?
1 year.
1 year, and how old are you?
8.
Do you like showing?
Yes.
So what do you like to do with your animals?
Feed them.
You feed them and you take care of them? Do you have to walk them and stuff like that too?
Yes.
So does your older brother and older sister help you a little bit?
Yes, they do.
Well, good. Well, I think you did a great job, and I bet you'll be showing. You plan on showing in the future?
Yes.
All right. Well, thank Weston for being with us. We appreciate it. Okay. All right. There's Weston Brandenburger with us. We've got a lot of kids participating in the stock show. It's interesting that those as young as 7 and 8 years old are here at the stock show showing today, and I think that's incredible. It kind of shows that the future is bright for livestock showing. It's a great day to be here at the Livestock Show. It's kind of going fast and furious this morning. We've already gone through all the hog show today. We're finishing up the goat show today. We've got, of course, I think the biggest group that we have are those of lambs today. We have our sheep show, and then, of course, we'll have our steer show as well today. And we thank all those folks for coming out to be a part of it. Don't forget the premium sale tomorrow. That'll be at the Ed Davenport Civic Center. They have lunch at noon, and then at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock is whenever we have the premium sale. So come out and be with us today at G. Raleigh White Complex, and we'll be broadcasting live the entire day today as well as tomorrow. And, of course, our sponsorship, Farm Bureau, we appreciate them so very much, and we also appreciate Jacoby's for sponsoring our goat and our sheep show today live.
and thank all of our top buyers this year. In our top 10, we have Commercial National Bank, Brady National Bank, Cortez Welding, Fencing and Dozer, Hollybeck Brush Control, Brady Butane, Tarleton Alumni Association, Heimer Insurance Services, 4K Ranch and Farm Operations, Matterhorn Express Pipeline, Pumpco, Graves Group Insurance, Brady and Hamilton Law Firm, Pack Foundation, and our platinum buyer, Jacoby's. If we can please give a round of applause for these buyers who put in so much to these kiddo futures. Case, I'll let you take it away.
Man, I know I said it last year, and it's worth restating again. You guys have maybe the best announcer I have ever heard in my entire life. I've been to a lot of different shows, and I'll tell you what, that guy up there on the stand is world class. I might just come back down every year just to hear him announce. Yep, absolutely. Give him a round of applause. I'll tell you what, having a good announcer makes a show. We get started here in the junior contest of our market goat showmanship, and I'll tell you what, all of these guys did a really, really nice job. I got to talk to these guys outside of the ring just a little bit. Miss Charlie up front's in 4th grade, Grayson and Ryland are both in 1st grade, and so we have just a little bit of age dispersion between these guys. And so what I can tell you, Grayson and Ryland, you guys are doing a really nice job, okay, for the both of us, what we can do just a little bit better. Everybody needs to make sure that our goats' feet are all square and that they're all even. Okay, you guys are doing a nice job holding your goats, making sure that they stay really still. We just got to get our feet in the right spot, okay? But keep working. There's not a lot of you guys that are showing in 1st grade, and you have a really bright future in it. You guys keep working. I thought it was really tough, but I thought Miss Charlie was probably a little quicker to get her goats set up and make sure that all 4 of her feet are square, okay? And so we know what we can work on. You guys did a really nice job. Miss Charlie is going to be our champion here in the junior showmanship contest, but you guys did really, really nice. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, give your these guys a big round of applause and a round of applause here in the junior goat showmanship.
And our junior goat showman goes to Charlie Williams. We are now moving into our senior division for goat showmanship.
Hey, don't suck.
Okay, do you have my next set of papers? It's in yours. It's not showing. Oh, we're not doing the sheep until after that. Okay.
Just one here for senior goat showmanship, and I'll be honest with you guys, I know it's kind of fair, we're all kind of getting in close quarters here. I can get upset sometimes when judges aren't very personable on the mic, and so I just want to share a little story with you guys. Like I mentioned before, being a judge and coach, I get to work with the youth and ag pretty much every day of my life. It's a dream come true. I just accepted, as I read my bio, I just accepted a new job at Colorado State, but I've been able to travel around to a lot of different places and judge a lot of different things. I've judged this young lady a time or two beforehand, and I can tell you guys honestly, as talented of a young showman as I've ever judged, and I mean that to be honest with you, young lady, you're bulletproof every time that I judge you, and I hope that you can probably mentor some kids in your county as they grow up and make them great showmen. I know you don't have any competition in this particular lineup, but if you did, I think I would know the outcome. Guys, as good of a young showman as I've ever judged, if you would put your hands together for us, use your champion here in the senior goat showmanship.
And your champion senior showmanship goes to Jason Williams. I think it's about time that we get the ag back. What do y'all say over there? Is it time? Well, if y'all want to come one into the ring as I announce your team,
All right, we are back here at the McCullough County Junior Livestock Show, and we are live from the arena here today. And I've got a young man with me. What is your name?
Grayson White.
Grayson, what were you showing here today?
Goats and cows.
Goats and cows. So tell me, how long have you been showing?
I did one on the first one, and this is my second one right now.
All right, and how did you do today? How did your animal do today?
Good.
All right, what is your animal's name? Do you have a name for your animals?
Their name is Sweetie. Sweetie is the goat, and Fuzz is the cow.
Okay. How do you take care of Sweetie? Do you have to feed Sweetie and everything? What do you have to do to take care of Sweetie every day?
I feed her, and I make sure their waters are good.
Yeah. And is it harder to take care of a cow than it is a goat?
Sometimes he's wild.
All right, and you enjoy showing? Is this fun for you?
Yes, sir.
Do you have anybody that helps you with your animals?
This really nice lady who was in the ring, she helped us tell us where to set up.
Awesome. All right, that's great. And are you going to show in the future, you think?
I think so, yeah.
And I like that cowboy hat. That's a good-looking cowboy hat. Where did you get that hat at?
We got it from a place, I think from Santa Ana.
All right. Well, that's a good-looking hat. You're a fine young man, okay? Congratulations. All right, so come join us if you can. We're having a great time checking out all these kids and all this activity going on here at the Livestock Show. Going back out to the arena right now.
He wanted to dedicate his trailer to his grandfather and his grandmother. He built it for them. Let's give him a big round of applause for Trey and all of these kiddos. They did an awesome job. Congrats to our AgMac showers. Good job, y'all. Good job.
No, he's gonna make us load everything up.
Well, you just got through showing those kids that participated in the Ag Mechanics division of the stock show today. We'll have those Ag Mechanics results for you in just a few minutes with Micah. Micah Trill will be joining us again for those Ag Mechanics, but a good round of Ag Mechanics projects that were presented by the Brady, Lone, and Rochelle organizations. And the neat thing about those Ag Mechanics, as we talked about yesterday, is that those kids had an opportunity to build something in teams. There were 3 people in each team, and they were able to build a project. And some very interesting projects were exhibited here today as well. So it was good to see those kids, not only the animals that's here being shown and exhibited, but it's also very interesting to see those Ag Mechanics as well.
Don't go anywhere. We have our Angora show coming up next.
As Micah just mentioned, the Angora show will be coming up next. That'll be our Angora show. That'll be coming up next here. And, of course, our Goat and Sheep show being sponsored by the fine folks at Jacoby's. And also, of course, we do want to mention our main sponsor are the fine folks over at Farm Bureau. We're going to hear a word from Farm Bureau, and then we'll be right back with you.
At McCullough County Farm Bureau, we don't just support agriculture, we cultivate a community where the seeds of tomorrow are sown today. Our commitment to the McCullough County Junior Livestock Show goes beyond sponsorship. It's about nurturing the next generation of leaders. Throughout the Texas Farm Bureau, we emphasize fostering agricultural awareness to empowering our youth because we believe in building not just farms and ranches, but futures. McCullough County Farm Bureau, where every day we grow together.
Do I have a deal sheet or does Michelle have it?
She should have it.
Is our judge here? Cool. Okay.
Well, we're back here at the McCulloch County Junior Livestock Show. Micah Trill with us. Great show so far this morning.
It has been moving without a hitch. If I could find some wood around here, I'd knock on it pretty quick. But no, it's been good. It's been good. We just wrapped up our goats, both. I believe last time I came on after the breeding. So now we have made our way through the market show and our showmanship as well.
So we've talked about the showmanship thing a little bit. That's an important thing for the kids to learn a little bit about taking care of their animals and also showing the animals, and that showmanship is very important.
You know, I would argue that is the most important thing out here today. Outside of the ribbons, the banners, the whole 9 yards, it comes down to how you treat your animal, how you work with it, and a level of respect. You know, a lot of what those judges look for is the qualities and you being aware of how to place that animal in the right moment, but also how you're interacting with the judge, how you're interacting with your other showmen. It's really the meat and potatoes of why we are here. That's why it's my favorite personally, but it's always fun to see that side of it.
So did you ever take the showmanship award whenever you were showing?
Once. Now, it was an intermediate showmanship, I believe. I'll be honest, I struggled with it. Whether it was on the, we've got a guest here.
Yes. Just sort of stumbled in here.
That's right. It's your radio station. You can stumble over your own too.
Yeah, okay, stumbled in. Continue there. Stay right.
Well, see, that's a part about showmanship, knowing where to be and when. No. No, I won it once, and I always struggled with the positioning. I would say, you never let your eyes off of that judge, and I was good there. I fell through on where my animal and what it was doing.
You paid attention to the judge, and then the animal may go, I've had that problem with the hogs myself. So anyway, we did a kind of a special presentation with the ag mechanics. I don't think you've got the results of that. Do you remember who took that?
I don't. I can say your first and second overall went to Trey Evans. He was showing with both McCulloch County 4-H and Rochelle FFA. He had a correction bit in second place, and then a trailer. A really cool story about the trailer, and this isn't to discredit anybody. All of the projects, I did, and you had footage of them out there during the show. They're fantastic. I mean, across the board. A neat story about our winning project, though. That trailer was purchased by Trey's grandmother in 1970, brand new. They had to put it on the flatbed, haul it into town, and he basically rebuilt it. The whole lock, stock, and barrel there. So whenever he won, he wanted to recognize his grandparents for that win.
55 years ago, trailer being redone. That's pretty neat, I think, isn't it?
It is, and to show that you can turn a project that is 55 years old into something that looks brand new and can still be used today. And I think the lesson in that for all the kiddos out there is that's what it's about.
Well, and we were visiting with the folks from Lone yesterday, and they were talking about how important it is for professions such as that, so welders, as you mentioned, and people like that. It's a very important profession, and it really teaches something good for the kids as well. So I think that's important.
It does, and I really believe, and this is coming from someone who went to college, who ended up with their master's, the trades are so important, and that's something that I think FFA and 4-H preach so hard because there's going to be that transfer in the future of we have a lot of seasoned blue-collar workers, and who's going to come up after them? I think we just saw a good group who will follow and carry that torch on.
I've always said if you don't think they're a real need, just try to hire a plumber or electrician or something like that because it's something everybody needs all the time. Okay, tell me what's going to come up next. What are we looking at next, Micah?
So coming up next, we have our Angora show. That I believe we have 12 entries. Don't hold it to me. We're going to find out at the same time, I imagine, to be followed by our sheep, both breeding and market, and then wrapping up with our cattle. We are moving right along.
And I don't think we mentioned who took the goat. Who took the goat grand champion?
Yes, the goat grand champion went to, I believe it was Charlie Williams. Charlie or Grayson, the sister combo right there. I hope you get them on the air. They're a lot of fun. But they both took the grand and reserve champion on the market side, as well as our showmanship. The junior showmanship went to Charlie, and the senior showmanship went to Grayson.
They did a great job. All the kids did a great job, and we thank you for being with us. Certainly do appreciate that. We're going to be here all day long with our coverage today, as well as our coverage tomorrow. And Micah, thanks for updating us. We'll look forward to doing it again.
Thank you.
All right, got more stuff coming up for you right here. And don't forget, we do thank all of our sponsors for being with us. We're going to hear a message from our friends over at Yonker Brothers Meats and Mason, and we'll be right back.
Yonker Brothers Processing serves Mason and the surrounding Hill Country counties. We're your source for USDA-inspected processing of domestic animals you raise and the wild game you harvest. Our new 10,000 square foot facility can handle custom orders or wholesale processing. In our family, processing is a tradition. We'd love to help you put food on your table or process your meat for sale in the marketplace. Go to YonkerMeatProcessing.com for pricing. Download an order form and get started today, or call us at 325-294-4844.
Coming into the ring now, our first class of Angoras, the Buck Kids. Friendly reminder, we're getting close to noon. If you have not turned in your raffle tickets, please turn them in sooner than later. Noon is the cutoff, and if you don't turn them in before then, it will be deducted from your sales channel.
You probably already said this. Yes, sir.
Well, we are back at the Livestock Show. Case LaRose with us. How are you doing?
Man, I'm living the dream. Better than I deserve, for sure.
So tell me, you're judging today. What all are you judging today?
Yep, so I started this morning on the pigs. We just wrapped up with the goats, and then this afternoon we'll do the sheep and the cattle.
So how do you become a judge, I guess, is the big question. How do you become a livestock judge?
That's a great question. So I started in these kiddos' position when I was growing up in 4-H and FFA. I spent all my time showing all different kinds of species, and then when it was time to decide on a college, I went and actually judged livestock collegiately. So I went to Blinn and then to Texas Tech. And then I actually ended up becoming the assistant coach at Tech, helping coach the judging team. And so throughout that process, you're kind of refined into a show judge to come out here and work with kids.
I remember back in the days that the competition was neat because they would, in those judging competitions where they had 20 and 30 kids together, you'd all get around a cow or whatever, that you were judging, a goat or whatever. And it was like very interesting because there was a lot of work into doing something like that.
Oh, 100%. We oftentimes joke in the judging van when we're with our students at Tech. We'll stop in a hotel, and there's a part of the contest called Oral Reasons. And so these kids have to wander around the hallways, kind of what looks like talking to themselves and getting, their sets of oral reasons ready, much like we give on the microphone after we place each individual class on why an animal is, positioned where they are. You have to defend that. And so we get strange looks all the time. Why are you guys talking to yourself? Yeah.
So far, how's the show been so far, do you think?
Man, it's been great. It's my second year back here, and so we, as show judges, there's a lot of us in the world. We stack all different kinds of events throughout the year, and so I'm on the tail end of what would have been, I've judged 35, 40 shows this year, and this one's always one of my favorites. The livestock's very good, but really the people here at this county fair in particular always makes it fun to come back to.
We talked earlier today, of course, about all the animals, but also showmanship.
Yep.
Because so you're judging the animals, but in reality, when it comes to showmanship, you're also judging the kids. And that's probably harder.
That's right. I said it earlier in pig showmanship. Whenever we get the privilege of judging showmanship, it's arguably more subjective than judging the animals themselves because we actually take the quality of the animal out of it, and we emphasize how a student is able to exhibit their livestock projects. And I'll tell you what, it's very similar to how somebody does anything, how a guy plays golf. There's a lot of different ways to get to the right answer, and so at the end of the day, it's important for me to vocalize what my personal preference is, but still build up to students that maybe didn't get along as well as they would have hoped, to keep working and to keep going.
And from your perspective, what is the future holding for shows such as this?
Man, I hope we're on the up and up. I've gotten to see the industry from every angle now. As a producer myself that sells livestock, as a livestock judging coach, what I hope continues is the nature of the sport that we play, that students have an outlet and an opportunity to build personal responsibility, to build work ethic, to build integrity. I think sometimes if we can get in trouble of losing sight of what matters, and I think what matters is these students come into their county fairs or later on in the spring at Texas Majors, everybody gets really consumed about what they won rather than what they learned. And so I hope the nature of what we continue to do is building students' confidence through hard work, integrity, and personal responsibility.
Well, and thanks, and I also see that you're taking time with those kids and talking to those kids too, and that's important.
Yes, sir, absolutely. That's the most important part of the job.
Thanks for being with us today.
Absolutely.
We'll see you next year.
Yes, sir. See you next year.
Great. We're going to recap a little bit about some of the results that we've had so far. Going back even last night, these are for the Grand Champion and the Reserve Grand Champion, as well as Junior Showmanship and Senior Showmanship. And the Breeding Rabbits category, Rhett Kaiser had the Grand Champion. Breeding Rabbits, Taryn Mulberry won the Reserve Grand Champion. Our Friar Rabbits, the Grand Champion was exhibited by Carlos Gonzalez, and our Reserve Grand Champion was exhibited by Analez Valdez. And the Gilt Grand Champion was exhibited by Braylon Brandenberger, and the Reserve Grand Champion was exhibited by Cooper Owens. In the Market Hogs division, The grand champion was exhibited by Landon Owens, and the reserve grand champion was exhibited by Collins Brandenberger. And our breeding meat goats, Charlie Williams exhibited the grand champion, and as well as the reserve grand champion. So congratulations to Charlie for the grand and the reserve grand champion. And our market goats, Grayson Williams had the grand champion market goat, and Charlie Williams had the reserve grand champion, keeping it in the family. And our junior showmanship and breeding rabbits, it was Lily Arnold. And our senior showmanship and breeding rabbits, it was Riley Kaiser. And our junior showmanship and gilts, it was Collins Brandenberger. And then, I'm sorry, junior showmanship and hogs was Collins Brandenberger. And our senior showmanship and hogs was Marissa Feaster. And then, and our junior showmanship and goats, it was Charlie Williams, and Grayson Williams had the senior showmanship. So that's some of the results we have so far. We currently have the Angora goats right in the ring right now. Then we'll have the ewes, lambs, heifers, and steers. Our results back out to the arena right now.
Next will be Doe Kids.
And for our second class, we have first place, Trey Evans. Second place, Trey Evans. Next up, we're going to have Doe Kids for the Angora Goats.
I went to college with him. He's like, I'm 70. Brandon's come up and ask him, so he's going to help set.
You're live.
Okay, two nice there, kids here. You look out across there, you see this different structure. Go to the right, take your body straight across the top, wider base. Go to the left, keep jumping where you're sitting. Let go. If you can do that, one hand over to the other. She's right out. Get down to the podium, arm either go to the right, a little stronger because the lesser of the lead block, it's longer than this that you ever has on the front end, but it's longer all the way through. So, same, consider body please and everything else. We'll go to my right here first and go left second.
Yearling does.
And that was,
Trey, first and second.
but it was you.
That was Doe Kids.
Alrighty, for Doe Kids in the Angora class, we had Trey Evans in first and Trey Evans in second. We're gonna have one more class for Angora goes over here before we go on to the grand drive.
Make a wager. Not first, just Trey Evans. And he's going to win.
Well, we were wrapping up our Angora Goat Show here. We've got, I think this is our final class, I believe, of Angora goats. Had some good goats today, some good Angora goats, of course, mainly known for their wool production, hair production. Our broadcast, of course, of the Stock Show being made as a presentation to you of Jacoby's. Jacoby's with us here as our co-sponsor. Also, we certainly appreciate the folks at Farm Bureau for being a part of our broadcast today, plus all the other of our sponsors as well that are helping to sponsor. As a matter of fact, we're going to hear a word from our friends over at Commercial National Bank, and we'll be right back with you from the Livestock Show today.
In Texas, we don't just do business. We build relationships. At Commercial National Bank, our people aren't just employees. They're neighbors, coaches, Sunday school teachers, and volunteers. We know your name, your story, and we're here when it matters most. Because at Commercial National Bank, we're more than a bank. We're your community, growing with you. Commercial National Bank, Texas values, local service, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Alrighty, for the fourth class of Angora goats, we have Trey Evans in first and Trey Evans in second. Now we're going to start kicking off this grand drive of Angora goats. Real excited to see how they put through this one.
Well, we are into our Angora Goat Show, kind of wrapping up our Angora Goat Show. I think this is possibly maybe the last class of our Angora Goat Shows. And we are good-looking group of animals. Talking to some folks a few minutes ago, they were telling me that I know that Trey Evans has done very well with his Angora goats, and he takes those goats to various top shows as well. So hopefully we'll have an opportunity to catch up with him a little bit later here as well. Broadcast, of course, today being brought to you as a courtesy of our friends at Jacoby's, as well of our friends at Farm Bureau. I also want to thank our top 10 buyers, too. While we have a minute, we want to thank the folks at 4K Ranch and Farm Operations, Tarleton Alumni Association, the Brady National Bank, Cortez Welding, Fencing, and Dozer, Brady Butane Company, Commercial National Bank, Heimer Insurance Services, Matterhorn Express, Pumpco, Graves Group Insurance, Brady and Hamilton Law Firm, and PAC Foundation, as well as Jacoby's as the platinum buyer this year.
For reserve grand champion, we had Trey Evans. And then for grand champion, we had Trey Evans. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause for all the support that we have helping Trey out for all the Angora goats. We love a strong community here. And we're not finished with the mohair madness just yet. We have senior showmanship for Angora goats. Senior showmanship for Angora goats.
After our senior showmanship, we are going to move into Class 1 of our sheep show with our youth. In Class 1 with our finals, we have Chester Jacoby, Heidi Jacoby, and Renee Strickler.
And the senior showmanship winner, the Mohair Majesty himself, Trey Evans. Let's give one more round of applause, and Angora goats are finished up. Again, we are going to be starting off with the ewe lambs with Chester Jacoby, Heidi Jacoby, and Renee Strigler.
Trey Evans kid did pretty good. You think he had all the goods?
Looking at the clock, y'all, it is almost 11:30. If you have not turned in your raffle tickets, you have about 30 minutes. Last call for raffle tickets. We also have our bio cards up here, so if you haven't filled one in, please come for one sample. Also want to give a little bit of a shout out. I had to step away, and my co-host here, Speedy, took on over. Y'all, he is strictly a volunteer here doing it to help out everybody. So let's give a big hand for Speedy. Coming into the ring now, we have our fine wool ewes with Chester Jacoby, Heidi Jacoby, and Renee Strigler. This is first call for our medium wool ewes. We have Chester Jacoby, Grayson Williams, and Heidi Jacoby.
Well, we are back here at the McCulloch County Junior Livestock Show. Tracy Pitcox, Micah Cho with us. Micah, we just finished up the Angora Goat Show.
We did, and as far as results go, I think there's just one answer here. And if he hasn't been claimed this already, I'm going to go ahead and give him the title. The Angora King of McCulloch County, Trey Evans, swept the show there.
Yes, he did. Every Angora goat we had today in the show was owned by Trey Evans. Now, he didn't show everyone. I think he had some friends helped him.
Hey, that's a part of it. You know, he got everybody involved, which was a lot of fun to see there.
How many animals did Trey have in the show? How many Angora animals?
Now, I had to step away, so I didn't get to put eyeballs on every one, but I heard 12. So 12 Angoras, and then on top of that, he had his trailer that we talked about earlier and his correction bit. So Trey's been busy this year for sure.
I was talking to Doug Hemphill a few minutes ago, and Doug was telling me that Trey has also been very successful with Angora goats at other stock shows.
He has, and to that I can't speak as much on that. Angors are a little bit different across the board. Kind of like your rabbits, they're a little bit more niche in those contests that you can go to. But I know that he has been active and successful there.
Now, for people that may not be familiar with Angora goats, I guess Angoras are not necessarily raised for their meat.
No, they're not. I spoke a little bit earlier about wool judging, and I would say that was my bread and butter. The flip side to wool judging is you have mohair, which the mohair originates from your Angora goats. Where you really focus on that is the luster of those fibers, the cleanliness there, how much is it going to produce, and that comes down to a little bit of the weight of that mohair and the yield of how clean it is. So different across the board, but still very interesting.
For sure. Of course, the mohair industry, a very important industry in our area for many years. We had a couple of facilities here in Brady that actually used mohair. Not anymore, unfortunately, but certainly the Angora goats are a very important aspect when it comes to agriculture. So what are we up to now, Micah?
Right now we are moved into our sheep show. So we have our breeding fine wools in right now, and it looks like we have Renee Strigler, Heidi Jacoby, and Chester Jacoby to be followed by our medium wools, and then eventually move into the market side.
So you told me that that's probably the biggest amount of animals that we have. Is that right?
Outside of rabbits, I would say so. And again, I think that comes down to where we're at. We have a lot of sheep families here and sheep producers in the area.
Are we going to break for lunch today, or what's the plans? Do you know yet?
No breaks here. We're rolling right along. So at these shows, a lot of it falls down to the judges, what they're comfortable with, what their speed is, and any kind of disruption there kind of sets off a little bit of a trail of issues on down the line. I'll give it to Case. He gave me a little bit of a shout out earlier. He's a top-notch judge. That being said, he has his rhythm and flow to him. And a lot of that is getting those animals in, seeing how they're moving, and for the showmanship side, seeing how those kids react and adapt to it. So he is very fast-paced, and we're seeing a little bit of that right now.
It's going very well. So we invite you to come out and be with us. No break. We're going to go straight through. We'll be doing our lamb show, and then when we get through with the lamb show, what's up next?
We're headed to cattle. So we have our heifers and our steers. I believe we have around 10 heifers somewhere in there and about 6 steers. So we'll pretty quick. Don't miss it.
It's going to be a great time, and I do have to mention that I got Mike in trouble earlier because he's supposed to be doing some announcing over here, and I had him over here. So I'll have to say Mrs. Williams was giving him some trouble, but I went and talked to her, and I got all that straightened out. Okay.
Well, as long as you did, then I'm okay. I'll do a little friendly shout out if you notice. My friend up there, he's my co-host. That is Caden Speedy Carrizales, and we actually grew up together here in Brady. His story's pretty neat, and the fact that he did not show until he was in high school. So we grew up together, best friends, thick and thin, and he always saw me out here. Had no clue what was going on, and it wasn't until he started in the hog shows where his whole path changed. Ended up going to college, an agricultural major, and is now back here volunteering. So that's kind of the impact that we're looking at. It doesn't matter where you come from or what your background is in ag. There's always a shot to get involved.
I love those stories. That's great. Thanks, Micah. Do mention to you, don't forget our sponsor, of course, for all of our activities today are our friends over at Farm Bureau. We appreciate Farm Bureau for being with us. And, of course, this weekend is also the Farm Bureau State Convention. So it's good to have the folks from Farm Bureau with us. And, of course, for our sheep and goat show today, our main co-sponsor with us are the fine folks over at Jacoby's in Melvin. We're thankful for all of our sponsors that are with us, and we're going to actually hear a word from one of those sponsors. And not only the people that are doing this particular thing with us, but we also appreciate all those folks that are spending time with us. And we'll hear a quick word from our friends over at the Brady National Bank, and then we'll be back to show you some more of the action in their arena.
Shall rise! Shall rise! Never give up! Never give up! Never give up! Never give up! We never give up!
Run power. It's been there all night. Power.
Come Mary. Come on! Go on!
The Brady Bank may be obsessed with Hail Marys, but when you bank with us, your finances won't need one.
watch the screen! Watch the screen! Coach, not Coach, Hail Mary. We're on defense!
Brady National Bank, a proud supporter of the Brady Bulldogs.
I like how skinny that U is, and she still transfers and flows out of the back of her blade, round and elevated in terms of her forward. That is what sets the foundation for this U to probably grab and handle as consistent to the backside of her shoulder and over her loin. I like her quite well. In motion, she utilizes her skeleton extremely well. Now, she puts her front feet a little east and west, and we can scout her at the base of the surface, and that's where I thought the young lady sheep in second had the advantage. There wouldn't be pound for pound probably a heavier muscle animal that we judged today than the young lady sheep that stands in second. Compared to her past winner, I'm telling you what, she is stouter in terms of her shape. That U is stand up right in behind her over the rack, and she's bigger over her 13. Stouter featured U that's just a little bit heavier leg, and my issue with her, she wears her blade just a little bit heavier. I could tuck her and knee her at her point of her shoulder. She gets just a little awkward where she sets her knee, and I thought motion, that U tends to just round in terms of her blade, round out of her hip just a little bit. I like her power pieces quite well. I thought she was stouter everywhere. In the sheep that we have coming in third, young lady, you're doing a nice job. I thought it was close here between 3 and 4, just subtle differences between them. The sheep and 3, a little bit later maturing, a little bit longer pattern, higher tying is longer, leveler out of her hip. I was impressed with this sheep. She gives up just a little bit in terms of body roll and shape up high, but her upper rump is still very good. I thought she was sounder, a little bit truer in terms of her skeleton than the young sheep that's going to close this out. Buddy, you're doing a really nice job. You use stout structure. She's big-legged. She's actually bigger than turn around on the backside of her shoulder than the sheep that we just found. She gets a little rough in transition from the backside of her loin to the front part of her hip. She's huge in terms of her pin width, but she pulls her hind leg in just a shot. Good pass to sheep top to bottom if you would. Put your hands together for those who took the return job. Well done.
Results for the medium wool U class: in 4th place, Chester Jacoby; in 3rd place, Heidi Jacoby; in 2nd place, Grayson Williams; and in 1st place, Grayson Williams. Coming into the ring now, we have our Dorper U class with Molly Bedwell, RT Bedwell, Shelby Nelson, and Shelby Nelson. After this class, we'll move into our grand drive for our U's. Just a reminder, coming out of your first class, we have Heidi Jacoby, Renee Strigler for the fine wools. Your medium wools have just left the ring are Grayson Williams and Grayson Williams.
Nice pass as we close out on our board reuse here. And I thought there was a pair of sheep, no muscular. I thought there was a pair of sheep that probably separated themselves from just a freshness standpoint between that pair. I thought the young lady's class was just a little bit better designed for on the side. Compared to the young man's, it stands in second. Though probably not quite as powerful, quite as rank in terms of a top shaper from behind. I thought that you ended up in terms of being the best built piece of stock that we have in this particular lineup, specifically compared to the young man that sits in second. I like just the natural shape of her blade edge, just her chest line. I thought I read more mobility. I thought from the side, the higher time, you kept her back just a little bit flatter. She's stout-legged and in motion. I appreciate how that huge joint works allows her to flow in an athletic manner. I thought she was just a little bit neater up front. I thought she held her top line and hip rump line in just a little bit better than the sheep that we have in second. The trade-off was as the young man that's in second. I thought she's just being a little ornery today. That might be the roundest body, best handle, and biggest back piece of stock that we have. I know she's on the moderate side of things, but I like just her dense look from the side. She's got a little chest, a little round off of her rump, but I didn't think she balanced up quite as well as the young man. But I thought a really good pair of sheep. A pair of sheep that are a little more mature here on the bottom end of things. I like the young ladies in third, just in terms of her general function and build. Stout-legged you, still stout and structured. We get it from a balance or a freshness standpoint. I didn't think she read quite as honest and just a pocket of her forehead. She got a little more modest in the turn to her mid-body, and likewise, she didn't handle probably quite as consistent as what we had in our top pair of sheep. Longer rock and around her hip, then I wish we could just funk her up in terms of her muscle shape. I thought she read just a little more genuine in the sheep that's going to close this out. Young lady, you're doing a nice job. Stout structured you, still incredibly sound. Her shoulders, it's just a little bit that you doesn't just grab quite as nicely out of the back of her shoulder because her forehead's built just a little flatter. I could block her on either side of her tail from behind, but a good pass from top to bottom if you would. Pair your hands together for those kiddos.
Results for our door for you class: in fourth place, Shelby Nelson; in third place, Shelby Nelson; in second place, R.T. Bedwell; and in first place, Molly Bedwell. Coming into the ring now, we have our and you drive out of our final division. We have Heidi Jacoby and Renee Strickland. Out of our medium wool division, we have Grayson Williams and Grayson Williams. And out of our door for you, we have Molly Bedwell and R.T. Bedwell. First call for our market lambs in the fine wool class 1, Emery Ross, Heidi Jacoby, and Renee Strickland.
We have a market lamb show that we're going to get to here in just a second, but we'll tie a bow on the youth show first. I thought it was we were a little limited on numbers today, but I still thought quality was extremely good. The finals were good, and I thought there was a pair of them that could have gone either way. I opted for probably the style, structure, better shaped of the young ladies here on the front line. I thought specific to that pair, that ewe was more impressive in the size of her rear foot and the shape that she offered up high. She's just a little bit further in terms of her bottom line progression. I could soften that ewe in terms of her flank, lengthen her out of her hip, and make her more comfortable in terms of the angle on either side of her skeleton. It was where the brood ewe in second probably had the advantage. Sounded structured. She didn't think she turned, creased, or bent the same kind of power, shoulder back, or hip down as what her class winner did. Medium bulls were extremely nice, and I like the pair of them. I thought the young ladies on the front line just emphasized balance a little bit better. Her chest and flank relationship in coordination with the way that ewe held her top line with respect to her power, I thought was extremely impressive. It's tough to build livestock youthful head, neck, and shoulder, and still have them come back with generating power from behind. I like the stick that she swings in terms of her pin set, lower leg shape. I thought the rear thigh was stellar for what we have in the remainder of that class. We talked about it just a little bit. I could chew that ewe up on her front foot where it lands. I could stout her in terms of her structure. Young ladies that was second in that class, rank shape, awesome barrel. I like the power of that ewe quite well. She wasn't quite as unique in the way that she held her bottom line balance. I didn't think that ewe probably floated quite as glass smooth as what our class winner did. I could square her up in terms of her hind leg, tuck her and knee her in terms of her blade and her front foot just shot, but I like that used power quite well. Even her movers just closed us out a little different. I like the later maturing, better design of the young ladies on the front line. I thought she was neater in terms of where she tied her neck to the top of her blade, whistle chested, and also in terms of her bottom line balance. That U carries just a little bit of condition. I didn't think she was quite as impressive in the rollover with wing edges what the young man's in second was. Young man, moderate power sheet, but I like quite well from the 3/4 shot. Boulder rib, better top and thicker ended than what we have in the front line. I didn't think that U probably was quite as neat in terms of the balance. Shorter neck, deeper chested, and the length of her out of her hip. A really, really good U show. I think it comes down between one decision. Ultimately, I sit back on my heels and say the medium bulls were the most impressive. They're going to stay together here as Grand Reserve. But an awesome U show, if you would, put your hands together for them on that job well done.
For our reserve grand champion, we have Grayson Williams, and our grand champion, we have Grayson Williams. Let's give a round of applause for all of our U-showers out there.
McCulloch County Junior Livestock Show and Sale is where we are at today at the G. Raleigh White Complex in the show barn. We're currently in the process of doing our ewes and lambs. The fine wools are coming up next. We've gone through the Angora goats, gone through the ewes, and then also lambs, and we'll get into the heifers, and we'll get into the steers today as well. Kind of recapping our grand champion and reserve champion as animals so far. Our grand champion breeding rabbit was exhibited by Rhett Kaiser. Our reserve grand champion was exhibited by Taryn Morby. For our rabbits, grand champion was exhibited by Carlos Gonzalez. Our reserve grand champion was exhibited by Annalise Valdez. Our grand champion gilt was exhibited by Braylon Brandenberger. And our reserve grand champion gilt was exhibited by Cooper Owens. Our grand champion market hog was exhibited by Landon Owens. And our reserve grand champion market hog was exhibited by Collins Brandenberger. Our grand champion and our reserve grand champion breeding meat goat was exhibited by Charlie Williams. And our grand champion market goat was exhibited by Grayson Williams. And our reserve grand champion market goat was exhibited by Charlie Williams for today. Also, congratulations to Junior Showmanship Award for Lily Arnold and our rabbits. Collins Brandenberger was Junior Showmanship in our hogs, and Charlie Williams was Junior Showmanship in our goats. Our Senior Showmanship, Rayleigh Kaiser was exhibited in the Senior Showmanship for rabbits. Marissa Feaster for market hogs and Senior Showmanship, and Grayson Williams Senior Showmanship in our goats as well today. So we are doing very well today with our show here at the G. Raleigh White Complex. We certainly do want to thank our sponsors, which are the fine folks over at Jacoby's and Melvin, for sponsoring our sheep and our goat show today. And we also certainly thank our sponsor for the entire weekend, the friends at Farm Bureau, bringing all the action to you live today. First year that we've actually done everything from the very beginning of the Stock Show through the sale live, and of course putting it on KNELtv, which is available on all forms of media, including our Facebook page, as well as our YouTube channel, and also on our Roku channel, and on our website at KNELradio.com. Tracy Pitcock's with you today. Good to have you with us, and a good crowd on hand. Bleachers are full of folks that are watching all the activities going on today at the Livestock Show.
Still balances up the best and handles as one of the two lower back pressure handling sheep. I like the young ladies Class 1 winner quite well. Just in terms of general design, we tell the judging team all the time, good livestock, they get better they're in motion, and that's what the young ladies does. We watch these sheep in their natural state, and I thought where the young ladies class winner had the advantage. His natural head carriage, the lay of his chest, and the utilization to his lower joints is impressive to me. Not as hold back or rank featured as the young lady sheep in second, but what I appreciate, a longer head, malevolent top line correlates to that sheep balancing up just a little more appropriate from the side. The young lady that stands in second, like I said, some far-reaching pieces. She showed to you earlier that these two could be flush mates, incredibly big-legged and awesome in terms of his shape. Compared to the class winner, I actually thought on the backside of this sheep's he handles more stand-up in terms of his rack shape and comes back big in terms of his pin set. That sheep's in an awkward growing stage right now. He's a little rounder in his rump, a little higher in his flank, and he didn't balance up quite as nice as what our class winner did. I thought compositionally that sheep was just a little safer. He's a little leaner, and he's consequently just a little harder back than the young ladies that's going to close this out. Big-bodied sheep here that's plenty full. That sheep just got a little plainer to the touch. I could stout him in terms of his feature. We won't see sheep in motion. He wears his chest just a little heavier than what he does his flank, and I need to stout him up in every direction. A good class of one with a nice class winner. Put your hands together for those exhibitors. Well done.
In third place, we had Emery Ross. Second place, Heidi Jacoby. And first place was Renee Strickler. Next up, we have our second set of lambs with Emery Ross, and Heidi Jacoby coming up. Now for our call for the crosses, we're going to have Nazee Curry, Heidi Jacoby, and Renee Strickler.
You missed it. Nope.
Well, we are back here live at the McCulloch County Junior Livestock Show and Sale. Micah Trill with us. Micah, where are we at so far in the room?
So we have made our way through the breeding news of our sheep show. Out of that, we had 3 very, very competitive, and looking at it from the ring, and I hope it looks just as good on camera. We had quality ewes out there today, out of our fine wools, out of our medium wools, and out of our Dorpers. And what ended up happening for our grand champion and reserve grand champion, they came out of the medium wool class, which I would say is pretty common to see, looking from a structural sound standpoint of that. No, very good sheep across the board. So right now what we're doing, we just got through with our first class of fine wool market sheep, and we're entering in our second, so of the heavyweights.
You tell me that we have quite a few animals in these particular classes, right?
We do. So we have about 10 separate classes on the market side. Definitely bigger classes altogether. You know, this one we're looking at right here, they have 3, but it's one breed, so they have to separate it based on weight there.
Well, a very good lamb show, and it's a great crowd here today too.
Oh my gosh, I've been amazed. You know, usually you get the lunch bell ringing and the crowd starts to flow away. I think without that lunch break, we've kept a lot of people here. So
it's going to be an exciting time. So thanks, Micah.
Thank you.
I think we have Trey Evans is going to join us next, as a matter of fact. Trey, congratulations, man. You pretty much sweep that Angora goat class, didn't you?
Yeah.
So tell me something about Angora goats. Why did you decide to raise Angora goats?
I don't know. They're just, I don't know. We just did.
And how long have you been raising Angora goats?
8 years.
8 years. And have you shown them every year out here at the stock show as well?
Yes.
Now, my understanding is you also go to some of the other stock shows. Is that right? Where else do you go to show your goats?
State Fair, San Antonio, San Angelo. We go to Kerrville twice, and we'll go to Bandera next weekend.
And how many goats did you have in the stock show today?
I had 8 goats in the stock show today.
So tell me a little bit about taking care of an Angora goat. I guess there's a little different way you have to take care of Angoras than others, maybe?
Yeah, you have to keep their hair clean and keep the stuff picked out of their hair and stuff.
And do you plan on continuing to show Angoras?
Yes, I do.
Well, Micah Trill called you the Angora Goat King of McCulloch County.
Yeah.
You agree with that?
I don't know.
Well, and I also want to say congratulations because you won, what is it, first and second in Ag Mechanics?
Grand and Reserve Ag Mechanics, yes.
Okay. Tell the folks about your projects that you had here this year.
I had a trailer that I restored, and I built a bit for a horse.
I thought the trailer was an interesting project because that was a trailer, I think they told me that your grandparents originally?
Great-grandmother bought it new in 1970.
And so what did you do to that trailer?
We restored it, patched the rust, repainted it, rewired it, refloored it, and cleaned it up.
Well, congratulations. You've already done really well out here.
Yes.
Thanks a lot, Trey. Trey Evans with us today here at the Stock Show. Trey's just one of the participants here, and it's neat to see kids that kind of are doing cross projects. Like Trey has the Angora goats, but he also had the other projects that he did, winning both Grand and Reserve Grand on those particular projects, and the agri-kinetics sources. So just a great show here today, and it's really neat to see all these kids that are the bright kids and that are doing very well for themselves and certainly will have great futures. We invite you to come join us today. We'll be here throughout the entire show at G. Raleigh White today. And then, of course, the premium sale tomorrow, so you don't want to miss that, too. And thanks to all of our sponsors. We appreciate the sponsors for being with us as well. Very important to have them with us today. And, of course, Jacoby's is sponsoring both our goat and our sheep show today, and also our friends at Farm Bureau also being a part of it. Plus, we also thank the other sponsors that are part of what we are doing. We're going to hear a word from the folks over at Commercial National Bank, and we'll go back out to the arena once again.
In Texas, we don't just do business. We build relationships. At Commercial National Bank, our people aren't just employees. They're neighbors, coaches, Sunday school teachers, and volunteers. We know your name, your story, and we're here when it matters most. Because at Commercial National Bank, we're more than a bank. We're your community, growing with you. Commercial National Bank, Texas values, local service, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
What we have out here, this is the hardest handling sheep. That right in behind his blade is truer, and the turn two is forward than the sheep that we have there in third. I need to stand him up in terms of structure. I need to clean him up front. That's a shorter neck sheep that doesn't balance up quite as nicely, but I still like just his muscle power and boldness compared to the young ladies. That's going to close things out. Young lady, you're doing a nice job. Your sheep's stout structured. He's late maturing, and he's fresher conditioned than what we have even in 1 and 2. For me, from a balance standpoint today, that sheep's getting a little round off either side of his skeleton. My biggest issue from the three-quarter shot. We're just not quite there yet in terms of the tone of her body or the spread that we have up high. I got to see that sheep just a little truer to all four corners. But a nice class from top to bottom. Put your hands together for those exhibitors on a job well done.
For our heavyweight fine wools, in third place, Heidi Jacoby. In second place, Emery Ross. And in first place, Emery Ross. We will now roll into our fine wool drive. Coming out of our first class, we have Renee Strigler and Heidi Jacoby. And out of our second class, Emery Ross and Emery Ross. Coming up next, we have our lightweight cross division with Daisy Curry, Heidi Jacoby, and Renee Strigler. This is first call for our lightweight crosses.
finals came together nicely. We'll go back through and talk both your classes very briefly. Class 1 was extremely good. We started strong. Young lady on the front line, a better built piece of livestock that I thought likewise balanced up just a little bit better. Slim neck, ties high to the top of his blade. I like that sheep in terms of his maturity pattern and the way that he makes everything fit. I sit back and ask myself, is he just ready enough today? I get to the 3/4 shot and there's a pair of sheep that could just probably outcourse him just a little bit from this view right here. Though I think his rib cage is built actually round. That guy's lacking a little bit just over his loin edge and out of his hip. I could broaden him just a little bit there, deepen him in his twist, and make him just a shot more impressive in terms of his lower stifle. Young lady that was second, better shaped sheep that I thought was bigger out of his upper pin set, and likewise strong just a little more dimension down. He's heavier structure and stouter legged. I didn't think that he balanced up quite as unique as what our class winner did in motion. That sheep got a little shorter in terms of his hip, choppier in terms of his step behind, and I need to make him just a little more fluid. Class 2 was tougher to put together, but ultimately I'll land on the young ladies on the front line. Just from a balance standpoint, I probably didn't give that sheep his roses enough in terms of being genuine to all 4 corners. That's the biggest chest and boldest rib sheep that we have in this particular lineup. Though his muscle shape probably doesn't have the same definition as some other sheep out here, he's still built broad. I like the way that he utilizes his skeleton quite well. The sheep that stood in second, broader back and more expressive in terms of his general handle. That guy got just a little open and course in terms of his blade, a little shorter in terms of his hip, and I could see him just a little more aggressive in the shape to his inner and outer leg. But man, I'll tell you what, the finals have been impressive to me. It's a tough decision for reserve. I like the young lady on the class 2, to have your champion. We'll follow her up with class 1 for reserve. Good job, guys. Let's put our hands together for all of our final exhibitors. Well done.
Do it. Were they both in? Oh, thank you.
No, Emery and then
yeah. We read it. Do you want me to do it again?
what final would you like, Ryder?
I like the ones that left at home. He don't listen to me, so no, you're right. You're right. When I slipped them other two down, they got a little shaky. I never would have thought of that in the second place.
For our reserve grand champion in the 5-hole class, we have Renee Strickland, and grand champion was Emery Ross. Let's give a round of applause going out there for our 5-hole class. Next up, we're going to have our crosses come in with Daisy Curry, Heidi Jacoby, and Renee Strickland.
Coming up next in our heavyweight cross would be Emery Ross, Heidi Jacoby, and J.C. Curry. This is first call for heavyweight crosses.
Really nice way to start our cross division off with. The young lady wins and does so fairly handily compared to the sheep that we have in second. This guy's built just a little rounder in terms of his body, stouter on either side of his hip. A stout structured sheep that I still think utilizes his skeleton extremely nicely. As we depict balance between these two, I think it's close. I thought our class winner, he tied the back side of his loin in just a little smoother with the front part of his hip. I thought he's just as juvenile in terms of his chest, and he does it just a little stouter in terms of his structure and vigor and his view from behind. A good place to go ahead and get started. The young lady that comes in second, I'll tell you what, really, really nice in terms of in terms of his shape. I get my hands on him, and he's probably the rankest in terms of just his rack shape. He's nursing just a little bit of an injury in terms of his top line. He's maybe not wanting to hold it quite right. I didn't know if this sheep was quite as unique, and just the length of his hip, the depth of his shoulder, and the way that he tied things together from the side. I like his body type, and he's just a little more youthful than the sheep that we have closing us out. Young lady, you're doing a nice job. A stout structured, good-bodied sheep that's probably just a little stouter than the weather that we just talked. He's just a little ordinary from the side. He's a little rounder in terms of his rump, a little deeper in terms of his chest, and I didn't think he balanced up quite as nice as some other sheep in the lineup. But a good balance. Nice from top to bottom. If you would, put your hands together for him on the job well done.
For our lightweight crosses, in third place, Daisy Curry. In second place, Heidi Jacoby. And in first place, Renee Strigler. Coming into the ring now, we have our heavyweight crosses with Emery Ross, Heidi Jacoby, and J.C. Curry. For those of you who are just joining us, I want to take a second and reintroduce our judge for today, Case Moreau. From Lubbock, Texas, with a background in showing and raising livestock, Case was an All-American judger for Blinn College before transferring to Texas Tech, where he completed his undergraduate degree in animal science while also competing on the livestock judging team. Currently, he is the assistant coach at Texas Tech while he works on his graduate degree in ruminant nutrition. Case recently accepted a position for head coaching at Colorado State University. He will start in August 2026. I've also been told that Case goes by Coach Prime from a reliable source here. But I do want to sincerely thank him for coming out. The effort that he puts in with these kids, whether it be on the showmanship side, how they can improve their animals for on down the road, you don't see that very often. Case, we're happy to have you. Everyone, let's give him a round of applause.
We get to our heavyweight division here of our crosses, and I'll tell you what, the young lady sheep that wins does so just from a balance standpoint. I think down the line, that's the best flank sheep that we have in here. Now, he's plenty mature, and I asked this young lady, where's his input? She said, originally our straight pair sheep, we're going to hold on to him for just a little bit longer. It doesn't bother me too much because I actually think that sheep still touches extremely fresh relative to what we have out here. Compared to the young lady sheep that stands in second, he's a little more appropriate. The bend and slope to his shoulder and knee, like I mentioned before, he's more ideal in terms of his bottom line progression. The longer hip weather probably pulls together and balances just a little neater. He's a little mature up front. I could maybe just bulk him up right over his loin edge. I'm not going to call him the best shape that we have seen today. I like that sheep structure, and I like his balance quite well. I thought in motion, in his natural state, he was a little more kept in concert than the young lady sheep that stands in second. Young lady's round body. He is the widest back and thickest ended of what we have out here. That sheep got a little thicker up front in relation to where his flank sits. He's a little shorter in terms of his hip, and I could bend him back just as short in terms of his knee. I like that sheep's body type and his handle quality a little bit more than the young ladies that's going to close us out. young lady, long, level made, a little later maturing than the sheep that we just talked of. What we have out here, your sheep's actually the skinniest neck and maybe the highest pine. I thought for the 3/4 shot young lady, we just didn't turn power in the center part of her body. I also find a full rib sheep that needed to be just a little stouter from behind. A good press from top to bottom. Put your hands together for those exhibitors on a job well done.
For the heavyweight crosses, in 3rd place, J.C. Curry. In 2nd place, Heidi Jacoby. And in 1st place, Emery Ross. We're now moving into the drive for our crosses. Coming out of your lightweight class, we have Renee Strigler and Heidi Jacoby. And staying in the ring, we have Emery Ross and Heidi Jacoby. This is first call for our first and only South Down class. We have Daisy Curry, J.C. Curry, Renee Strigler, and Weston Brandenberger.
We get out here in our final cross division. I'll tell you what, I don't know if there's a clear-cut answer, but I think there's 4 quality sheep out here. We started well in Class 1. I really like the young lady sheep on the front line. In terms of just being youthful and well sounding and structured, I think that sheep ties his lines together extremely nicely. There's sometimes he'll try and over-brace just a little bit, and he'll shatter in his loin edge just a shot. Hands-on, I actually call him the freshest to the touch, and the shape that he features right on the backside of his blade over his rack. That sheep could be a little softer in terms of his flank, but again, he's on the younger side of things. What I appreciate about him, his head, neck, and his shoulder line probably read the most youthful to me. I like that sheep's balance quite well. The sheep that was second, long, lean, and late maturing. That sheep's got a good touch and handle quality too. I didn't think he balanced up quite as unique as what our Class 1 winner did. He was a little forward in terms of his knee. I could stop him in terms of his elbow. That was a shorter hip sheep that wasn't probably quite as impressive as we get in from the rear view. The heavyweight, we just talked, in terms of just holding on to sheep, what I appreciate about him, he still held on to his lines pretty respectively. That's a good body, sound structured sheep that in motion still holds it together extremely nicely. Blue chest, he's a little mature up front, and I need to just rank him up in terms of his shape. He's just a little soft in every direction, and I need to make him just a little firmer in terms of his top line and the crease to his lower leg. The young lady that was second, a round body, good touching sheep, a little thicker pelted, a little thicker in terms of his neck. I need to see that sheep balance up just a shot better. It gets pretty close as we step back and evaluate for the decision. Like I mentioned beforehand, there's not a clear-cut decision. There's probably a couple different ways that you could go out here. A fresh one up front that probably needs just a little bit more time. We have one that's had just a little bit more time that might need to step on the brakes just a little bit. Pick them how you like. I like the young lady out of Class 1 to have your champion, young lady out of Class 2 to be your reserve. Congratulations for all the crosses of yours today.
Division, your reserve champion goes to Emery Ross, and your cross champion goes to Renee Strigler. We are now preparing to move into our South Down division. We have Daisy Curry, J.C. Curry, Renee Strigler, and Weston Brandenberger. This is our first call for lightweight medium bulls. We have Charlie Joe Fox, Laura Appleton, and Weston Brandenberger.
First and only class of Southampton, I'll tell you what, man, I'm appreciative of the quality that you guys have brought today. The young ladies on ultimately, I guess, champion Southampton. I thought wins fairly handily in my mind. We'll get it out in the open. He's not the tallest shouldered sheep that we have in this particular lineup. I can see his hind leg just operate a little bit better, but bar none, here's the biggest chested, stoutest featured sheep that is the most overwhelming in terms of power. I still think he pulls his lines together extremely nicely from the side. What I appreciate about him is the big that he's in compositionally, the freshest handling from his back sheet that we have in this particular lineup. Still he's being incredibly good at the way that he holds his top line. He's longer hip than the sheep that we have in 2 and 3. He's stouter structure and harder handling than the sheep that we have in 3 and 4. A nice way to start. Congratulations to that young lady and her champion down. I think 2 and 3 got a little closer in my mind. I wrote the decision saying that the sheep that falls in second, taller shoulder, neater, looking up front, and I still think at the ground just a little bit bigger in terms of his rear foot. I stepped to the 3/4. This guy doesn't wrap the same turn in terms of just his cage as what the champion did. Likewise, he doesn't handle quite as aggressive over his top line. A rougher short sheep, so he probably looks just a little staler from the outside. What I actually appreciate is compared to the sheep that we have in third, he is leaner compositionally, especially over his rib cage. He stays a better rib. Now there's sometimes he gets a little shorter in terms of his hip player to the touch, and that sheep will tend to just have to extend his hind leg just a little bit. I still think his build and pattern reads extremely nicely. If you opted for the sheep in third, I'm not one to argue with you from the outside. He's moderate, he's chunky middle, he's got a good look to him. That sheep sat just a little deeper in terms of his chest, neck, and shoulder. He got a little rounder from behind, and of what we have in the top 3, that's the softest touching sheep that needs to be a little firmer. Going right away from me, I could square him up, hip off the ground, but I like what he represents in terms of being just moderate, chunky middle stock. That's really easy to latch onto. Young lady that's going to close this out. Best days are still to come, okay? Your sheep's round-bodied. He's got a good shape to him. He's a little short, low to the ground today up front. That sheep gets a little weird the way that he holds his knee. I can lengthen him out of his hip just a shot, make him balance up a little bit nicer. Good nice full top to bottom. Put your hands together for those exhibitors on the job well done.
For our South Down Division, in 4th place, J.C. Curry. In 3rd place, Weston Brandenburger. In 2nd place, Daisy Curry. And in 1st place, Renee Strickland. We are now moving into our first class of 3 for the medium bulls. In our lightweights, we have Charlie Joe Fox, Flora Appleton, and Weston Brandenburger. This is our first call for class 2 of our medium bulls. We have Braylon Brandenburger, Charlie Joe Fox, Flora Appleton, and Collins Brandenburger.
Well, back at the McCullough County Junior Livestock Show, Clay Jones with us. Clay, how are you today?
I'm doing fine, Tracy, and yourself?
Very fine, and thanks for being one of our sponsors at the stock show this year. We appreciate that.
Absolutely. Always glad to do that.
So I know you've had a very close association with the stock show through the years. Your kids, everything been involved with this. What did the stock show mean to us locally?
Well, stock show, McCullough County Junior Livestock's the largest youth activity that we have here in Brady. And I know my kids have been gone 4, 5, 6 years, but they still remember it. My daughter still walks around Houston Livestock Show and says, "Man, I love that smell."
There is a unique smell to it for
There
sure.
is, but it's a great program for kids, Tracy.
And agriculture is a very important part of our community as well.
It's the backbone of our community. It sure is, Tracy.
So when you see the kids out here and see them showing their animals and that sort of thing, I know it kind of makes us proud for the future as well. So some thoughts about that.
It does. You know, we still see a lot of small communities in West Texas. We see the numbers decrease in the stock showing, and I'm proud to see that ours are still staying active and still staying in the community doing this. And that means a lot. And they will appreciate it once they get a little older.
And you're still doing some ranching yourself, right?
Yes, sir, I am. Yes.
Not only banking and taking care of your other businesses, but ranching is a very important part of your family's life.
It is, Tracy. I learned a long time ago, though. I got in the banking business so I could stay in the ranching business.
Okay, so on the other aspect, interest rates, you think they're going to go down? What do you think they're going to do in Washington here?
I do think they're going to go down. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised in September that we see another 0.25% drop. Yeah, I sure do.
Well, I know you guys have just been expanding just all over. Your business has actually literally blown up during the last few years.
It has really. We now have branches, obviously in Brady, San Saba, Granite Shoals, and Burnett, Marble Falls, and about to go construct one in Georgetown, Texas.
Quite an empire.
We've been blessed.
And I know you always give the credit to your customers.
Absolutely. Without them, we wouldn't be doing anything. Yeah.
Clay, thanks for being with us.
Thank you, Tracy.
Clay Jones, one of our sponsors, of course, is the Commercial National Bank, and we appreciate them very much being with us, and certainly appreciate their support of agriculture and the agriculture industry locally here today. We're still in our Lamb Show. Got our lots of activities still to go here today. You've got plenty of opportunity to come by and take advantage of some of this great judging that we have. I thought we would mention also that we want to congratulate those grand champions and also the reserve grand champions so far. And the Gora Goat Reserve grand champion was exhibited by Trey Evans. He also exhibited the grand champion. Our Market Goat Grand Champion was Grayson Williams. Our Reserve Grand Champion was Charlie Williams and the Market Goats. Our Breeding Meat Goats was Charlie Williams, and our Reserve Grand Champion was exhibited by Charlie Williams. Our Grand Champion Market Hog was exhibited by Landon Owens, and our Reserve Grand Champion Market Hog was exhibited by Collins Brandenburger. Our Grand Champion Gilt exhibited by Braylon and Brandenburger. Our Reserve Grand Champion exhibited by Cooper Owens. Our Grand Champion Friar Rabbit was Carlos Gonzalez, and our Reserve Grand Champion Friar Rabbit was Angeles Valdez. And our Grand Champion Breeding Rabbit was Rhett Kaiser, and our Reserve Grand Champion Turn Morby. So congratulations to all of those Grand and Reserve champions from the Livestock Show for today. Our Lamb Show is still going on right now. After we finish up with our lambs today, we'll be getting into our heifers and our steers, and that'll be concluding our stock show for today. So come out and join us. We are thankful for all the great sponsors that are allowing us to be here today. We appreciate them very, very much. We're going to hear a word from the Brady National Bank as one of our co-sponsors for this year's event, and we'll be right back to the ring.
Shall rise! Shall rise! Never give up! Never give up! Never give up! Never give up! We never give up!
Run power. It's been there all night. Power.
Come, Mary. Come on! Go on!
The Brady Bank may be obsessed with Hail Marys, but when you bank with us, your finances won't need one.
Watch the screen! Watch the screen! Coach, not Coach. Hail Mary. We're on defense!
Brady National Bank, a proud supporter of the Brady Bulldogs.
I'll tell you where our prize winner wins. From the top of his blade to the base of his heart, he is rounder, fuller, and truer in the base of his body than anything that we have in here. The reason that helps from this view right here. That sheep is built a lot wider in terms of his chest. He's flatter in terms of his blade, and he jets down his back wider, squarer, and firmer than anything else in this particular lineup. I'm not calling him perfect. He can tie his loin in just a little bit smoother to the front part of his hip. I could drop him ever so slightly in terms of his flank, but I'll tell you what, balance is like a dream. He's tight-heighted. He handles firmer and harder than anything that we have, and still balances extremely well. A nice place to get started. I thought after that you had some decisions to be made in a quality trio of sheep that all have just a little bit different. They're just a little different in terms of their type decline. In motion, the sheep that followed suit to our price winner in terms of the way that our livestock built it into balance was a young man that slots in second compared to the sheep in third. In motion, that guy keeps his loin edge just a little bit square and more secure. I like the way that he holds his top line. He's a square hind-legged sheep that's just a little more athletic as we get him out on the go. Now, from the three-quarter shot, like I mentioned, he gets a little more modest in the turn to his rib, and likewise, that sheep probably lacks the most over his loin edge of what we have in this particular class. I didn't call him light muscle by any means, and I still thought he balanced neater 13th back than the sheep that we have here in third. Up front, young lady, or hook on forward, I like your sheep quite well. He's probably slimmer back than the sheep that we just talked, and he's rounder body. He handles harder, and so that was the decision in my mind. In motion, we get him out and going, though he's big in terms of his upper hip. That guy gets shorter in terms of his hip length. I could settle him in the middle part of his spine, and that sheep gets a little straighter and awkward in the way that he goes from behind. I thought his body type, Brett, just a little more athletic than the sheep that we have rounding us out. He's slimmer neck, he's higher in terms of just the tuck of his shoulder and the wrap to his rib cage. Young lady, your sheep's not short on muscle. I like those things about him. From a balance standpoint, that guy wore his composition a little heavier to the front part of his body in relation to his flank. I need to settle him just a little bit, lengthen him everywhere to allow him to come in the middle with a better look. A good class from top to bottom with a nice class winner. Put your hands together for all these exhibitors on a job well done.
Our second class for medium wools in fourth place, Charlie Joe Fox. In third place, Collins Brandenburger. In second place, Braylon Brandenburger. And in first place, Laura Appleton. To wrap up our medium wools, we're going to get to the heavyweights. We have Layden Lawrence, Rustin Fox, and Wyatt Fox. After the heavyweights, we will move into our medium wool drive. Coming out of your first class of lightweights, we have Laura Appleton and Charlie Joe Fox. Out of your second class, we have Laura Appleton and Braylon Brandenburger. And the rest we will know here shortly. First call for our market dorpers, we have Molly Bedwell, RT Bedwell, Shelby Nelson, and Shelby Nelson.
Last class of here in our black division as we push into a heavier weight composition probably holds a greater merit to me, and the young man's white featured sheep that wins does so fairly handedly in my mind compared to the two sheep that stand in directly behind him, hands-on. Not only is he the firmest to the touch, that sheep's the most appropriate, and just where he's at from an endpoint standpoint, I like the freshness of that guy in terms of the pocket of his forearm and his elbow. I still think that sheep's lines pull together probably more intriguing than what we have down the lineup. No, he's not perfect. That sheep's just a little shorter in terms of his neck. I could just like that in terms of his blade angle, but I still think he's stout structured. He's the ideal that we've been after all day long. Congratulations to that young man. A black sheep that's extremely high quality. I like the way that that sheep is assembled, especially in motion. He's down high-legged, but it has the right bend and flex to it. He's plenty stout from behind, and I like the width and real estate that he offers in terms of his pin set. That guy's just a little overcooked in terms of composition. He's a little softer in terms of his forehead. And I think likewise, he isn't able to balance up quite as nice as our class winner, especially in his chest or in his rump line, but a high-quality sheep. And I thought had just a little bit more muscle than the young man, so we're getting ready to close out. Young man, you're doing a great job. Especially a heavyweight sheep. He would certainly outweigh you probably 2 or 3x if I had to guess. Okay, he's big bodied. He's really, really practical in terms of his look. That sheep's just a little softer in terms of his general makeup and probably gives up the most in terms of overall muscle and power. Good class from top to bottom. I'm excited to get our blacks back out here for a division drive. If you would, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for these exhibitors on the front line.
The results for our heavyweight medium bulls: in third place, Leighton Lawrence; in second place, White Fox; and in first place, Rustin Fox. Again, going into our medium bull drive here, out of our lightweight class, we have Flora Appleton and Charlie Joe Fox. Out of our medium weights, we have Flora Appleton and Braylon Brandenburger. And wrapping us up from the heavyweights, we have Rustin Fox and Wyatt Fox.
This has been the most competitive division as we go species for species at this particular show. I'll tell you what, I'm pleased with the 6 that we have back out here for the live drive. We'll go back through and talk with all due respect to the back line. We'll talk those first. The decision comes down to up front, the young lady that was second in Class 1. There was a tough decision between that one and the one that stood in third. I thought the young lady, she probably hit just a little closer to the mark in terms of balance. A stouter structured, harder handling sheep that was built more appropriately in terms of his rib cage. That guy sits a little deeper from the top of his blade to just the front part of his chest. I could soften him into his flank and level him out of his hip, but I like that sheep in terms of his future. 2, 3, and 4 got close in class 2. I thought the young man that stood in second was a little safer in motion. I thought specifically compared to the sheep that 13th back, that sheep balanced up just a little bit better. The length of his hip, the drop to his flank, and the turn to his inner and outer leg was good. That sheep got just a little modest in terms of his rib cage, and likewise he didn't handle quite as firm or aggressive in terms of his top shape. Lastly, the blue sheep that was second in class 2. Good muscle. I like that sheep. The stoutness of his structure. He's got huge feet and they work right. That sheep got a little deeper and lower in terms of his neck set. I could elevate him up front and still lengthen him out of his hip to bounce up just a little bit better. Like I mentioned beforehand, the decision comes down between the front line. Let's talk the differences between them. Young lady that wins class 1, I'll tell you what, we want to talk about building sheep athletic, and we talk about balance. This one is actually very close to the ideal. Been a lot of places, seen a lot of things. It is tough to get sheep to open up that big in terms of their chest, but be that shallow in terms of their shoulder. That guy, I'm telling you what, is wicked tight skinned. He is round bodied and he's elevated in every direction. I think likewise he's able to handle extremely sharp down his top line. Just a little bit in class today. I don't know if in motion that guy just holds his loin edge perfect. It might just be today because that sheep's angles read extremely well compared to what we have down the lineup where this guy is the best. The elevation of his shoulder, the depth of his flank, and the way that he pulls together from a balance standpoint, I thought is extremely, extremely tough to make. The sheep that comes to us out of class 2 is probably my favorite ribbed animal of this particular division. We talked about it in class, but the way that that guy actually turns out of the back of his blade in terms of his upper body sets that sheep up to grab the widest all the way down his top line. He is big hipped, he's got a lot of real estate from behind. We watch him in motion and know I like the way that this guy stays agile. He wears his shoulder just a little heavier than what our class 1 winner did. I could soften him in terms of just his rear rib and flank a little bit to elevate balance. He's still shallow chested. He's just a little coarser on the makeup of his shoulder, and I could stout him in terms of his structure, but I like that sheep's rib cage handle and power quite well. The young man that comes to us out of class 3, you've done a really, really nice job in terms of just daycare. That sheep is booted down, but I think underneath it, he might be the biggest footed of what we have in this particular lineup, and I like those things. A stout featured sheep that still reads good enough in terms of his power. Now, compared to the 2 that we just talked, I asked myself, is he just fresh enough in every direction? That sheep started to just scale up, especially over his loin edge. He's a little shorter in terms of his neck, deeper in terms of his blade, and I could just settle him in the middle part of his back. That is my just discussion on those 3 sheep. I think all 3 of them are incredibly impressive. One's going to have to be left out, but I think the quality of this lineup is deserving of you guys' round of applause. If you would, put your hands together. I'd like the lightweight to be the champion. The middleweight's going to be reserved. Congratulations to all these exhibitors.
Just one. Results of our meeting will arrive. Your reserve champion out of the middleweights, we have Laura Appleton. And your champion out of the lightweights, we have Laura Appleton. In the ring now, we have our Dorper division. We have R.T. Bedwell, Molly Miller, Shelby Nelson, and Shelby Nelson. At the end of our Dorper class, we will move into our grand drive. Looking back, out of our final division, we will have Emery Ross and Renee Strigler. Out of our crosses, we will have Renee Strigler and Emery Ross. Out of our medium rules, we will have Flora Appleton and Flora Appleton. Just a reminder, after the grand drive, we will move into junior showmanship. All of our sheep showers, 13 years and younger, come on down.
Are we taking a break between the sheep and the cattle?
For pictures, yeah.
Huh?
For pictures, yeah.
nice class of dwarfers as we close out the Market Lamb show. I'll tell you what, I boiled it down to a pair of them that I think are just a little different. Sheep and second's probably a little fresher. I thought the sheep up front probably put together the most collective combination of just muscle power and balance. I like this sheep quite well. Just in terms of the way his rib cage is built, we get in behind, and he is built broad in terms of his pin set. He is full in terms of his leg. He's got typical dwarf power. And I thought where the difference was, he was a longer measuring sheep than the young ladies that stands in second. He is the biggest right at the back of his blade. Now, if I could change him anywhere, he can be just a little fresher to his loin edge. Not only does he handle a little weaker, but he's starting to just fall off there a little bit. And I could talk him in terms of his chest. Stout structure, sheep's not the right intangibles, and how he balance up just a little bit better. The trade-off was is the young lady spent behind a grouper coming in second. I like him. He's moderate. He's chunky body. You guys almost just switched the kind of plan that you were showing in the U show earlier. This sheep probably holds his loin edge in him just a little bit better. He's a little rounder and fresher in the shape of his body. I thought he got a little deeper in terms of his chest. I thought he got a little shorter in terms of his neck. That sheep's just a shot more moderate in every direction. I like the length and style and balance of the young man's class four. I thought 3 and 4 were close where they needed to be just a shot better. Was right just the lower the rib cage. They could have turned a little bit more power. I thought the young lady sheep that balls in third was a little more handling, especially over his loin edge. He wears his shoulder just a little too close for me. I need to tuck him in there and square him up on his front foot. I could see that sheep balance up just a little bit better. I thought the sheep closing the center gave up the most in terms of just overall product. It didn't quite merit. He needs to be just a shot down with every direction, young lady, but a good class from top to bottom. Put your hands together for him, our job well done.
Fourth place, Shelby Nelson. Third place, Shelby Nelson. Second place, Molly Bedwell. First place, R.T. Bedwell. We are now going to move into our grand drive for the Market Lambs. Again, out of our final division, Emery Ross and Renee Strickler. 4 crosses.
You're viewing the McCulloch County Junior Livestock Show.
Flora Appleton, and out of our dopers, R.T. Bedwell and Molly Bedwell.
KNELtv today. You're viewing our McCulloch County Junior Livestock Show going on today from the G. Raleigh White Complex here in Brady. Good crowd on hand, and a good crowd of kids, of course, participating in the show. We've gone through our breeding rabbits, we've gone through our fryer rabbits, our gilts, market hogs, breeding meat goats, market goats, angoras, ewes, into the lambs, and of course, after we get through with the lambs, we'll get into our heifers and also our steers. We are thankful for all of our sponsors this weekend that are making this happen. We'll hear a little word from our friends at Yonker Brothers and down in Mason, and we'll be back to the next round in the arena.
Yonker Brothers Processing serves Mason and the surrounding hill country counties. We're your source for USDA inspected processing of domestic animals you raise and the wild game you harvest. Our new 10,000 square foot facility can handle custom orders or wholesale processing. In our family, processing is a tradition. We'd love to help you put food on your table or process your meat for sale in the marketplace. Go to YonkerMeatProcessing.com for pricing. Download an order form and get started today, or call us at 325-294-4844.
The sheep show has been the most impressive of what we have had this morning. My compliments still to all the hog and goat exhibitors. I thought our sheep show probably turned it up a notch. I enjoyed the U show earlier, but the market lambs have been extremely good. I won't go back through and just talk all the decisions. I know we got a cattle show and some sheep showmanship to get to here in just a little bit. What I can tell you guys that is the bulk of you are all in this arena. I did a news interview with Tracy earlier, and this is my second year back out here. And I'll tell you what, I said it, I think in the pig show or maybe the goat show. I don't get to do a lot of these counties. I'm on the road quite a bit, so I do a lot of my judgment outside of the state. But man, I'll tell you what, coming back to this county fair, I really enjoyed it. You people are good people. You're in the heart of Texas. I guess I didn't know this. You guys are technically the geographic center of the state. But man, I'll tell you what, you guys got a good heart. I'm leaving to go to Colorado here in about a couple short months, and I'll tell you what I will miss. the camaraderie here in the state of Texas, the quality of livestock that we have down here. I'll always be a Texan at heart, and I'm glad to call you guys my peers, my friends, and my family. And so, man, I just couldn't thank you guys enough for the opportunity to come back out, working with the young people. It's just the joy of my life to get to do it. And whenever we get to throw a bit of livestock in the mix, that's just an added bonus. And so, I hope you guys have a happy Thanksgiving, very, very Merry Christmas to the rest of you. And I hope you guys have a very, very safe livestock show season this spring. The decision comes down between two out here. Luckily, that decision's already been made. The media which are sticking together is Grand and Reserve. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for all of our hard juniors today. It was a really good show.
Your Reserve Grand Champion Market Lamb goes to Flora Appleton. And your Grand Champion Market Lamb out of the lightweight medium wool division goes to Flora Appleton. We are now moving into our junior lamb showmanship. All showers 13 and under, make your way to the ring. Senior showmanship, we're not too far behind, and then we will begin to move into the cattle. We're rolling up.
Okay, as soon as they start, we'll start getting them one.
Just completing our lamb show for today. We're getting ready to move into the junior showmanship lamb, and then, of course, the senior showmanship lamb as well today. We're at the McCullough County Junior Livestock Show.
Just two.
Appreciate you being with us here today. Of course, as soon as we finish the showmanship today, we will be getting into the next division, which will be our heifers and our steers. And, of course, our heifers and steers, our cattle show, being brought to you as a service of Brady Feed today. So we're looking forward to that. So appreciate Brady Feed and Fertilizer here in Brady. And they are going to be sponsoring our heifer and our steer show. And they're located, of course, at 2820 North Bridge Street, right here in Brady. Brady Feed and Fertilizer. We appreciate them very, very much.
probably spoke just a little too soon. The toughest decision wasn't really in the Marble Lamb Show. It's probably out here in the junior contest. I'm really encouraged that there is as many of you guys out here as what there are. I hope every chance that you get, you come and compete in showmanship. This is your opportunity to the judge to exhibit all the hard work that you have done throughout the year, okay? And so continue, guys, to work hard. We won't go through and talk to everybody, but I thought collectively as a group, you guys have been super respectful all day long. I really appreciate that. You've been competing very hard. And as long as you're out here putting forth your very best testing for both in the ring and outside of it, you can hang your hat at night knowing that you did all the very best that you could, okay? There's a couple of them out here that stand out, but ultimately this marble is just going to go to one person. So it gets really, really close between really three of you guys, but I thought there was one young man that probably was just absolutely bulletproof out here. This young man with his door, he's going to be your champion here in the junior show.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we can get a round of applause for all junior showmen right here. A round of applause for all the junior showmen. The junior showman that won it was RT Bedwell. Congratulations to him. Right behind, we're going to have the senior showmanship for lambs, senior showmanship for lambs.
Well, we are back here at the McCulloch County Junior Livestock Show. Micah Trull, we're finishing up our lamb show today.
I'm going to tell everyone out there that's watching or listening, that was an incredible lamb show. It had a lot of diversity, a lot of high quality, high caliber sheep. I'm not even a judge, and I had a tough time on some of those classes out there. So I have a little bit of a rundown on our fine wool division. We had Emery Ross and Renee Strigler, and they had the crosses, which they went ahead and swapped there. So we had Renee Strigler and then Emery Ross. Out of our medium wools, we had Flora Appleton and Flora Appleton. A little double action there. And then out of our Dorpers, we had the Bedwell kiddos, RT and Molly. Our grand champion and reserve champion overall, they stuck it in the medium wools for Flora Appleton both times over.
So is I guess that's just maybe a judge's preference, the medium wool maybe, or what is that, I guess, for people that don't really understand that maybe?
Sure. We're thinking on the market side here. So production, we're looking at meat value. And as you're looking down across the board, I know I'm a little bit partial to the Dorpers, as I mentioned earlier. They don't stack up from a frame standpoint. Those medium wools, they can pack on the pounds. They're fluid on the walk, and really they're just a beautiful breed overall. Your fine wools and your Dorpers, they kind of fall out on either side. The crosses, you get the best of both worlds. Our fine wool crosses there. So they are still very competitive, and I would say you never know what's going to happen across any breed. It just really comes down to the judge, like you said. I do want to highlight, we just finished up our junior showmanship for the sheep, and that went to RT Bedwell.
And of course, they did, as you mentioned, the Bedwells did well in their stock showing as well.
They have unique thing about the Bedwells, and again, I'm a little biased to the man who signs my paychecks, but they are a true, solid, good family, and all of these out here are. The unique thing about them, everything that they show comes from their pasture. It is homegrown, home-raised, and very fun to see them work the sheep. They are coming from a commercial operation, so those two kids can work over 50 sheep by themselves. Now, does Dad help out a little bit? Of course. But really and truly, they step up and they own what they show, and it's a lot of fun to see.
And another thing is, with as you said, the showmanship, as we were talking about that earlier, it doesn't really matter how good the animal is, but it's how good the kid is in showing that animal.
Absolutely, and I think that we can see that right here. It's a lot of fun to see in the senior division, especially because
there's a lot of competition in the senior division.
Oh my goodness! You can go down the row here, and there's years and years of experience, both here at the county level and on the major level, and that's on the showmanship side and on the success side in the ring there. I'll tell you what, I thought I had it tough when I was showing. I had it nothing compared to these kids out here in terms of difficulty of competition.
And of course, this is a county show, and I know that you showed in the majors as well back in the day. But there's a big difference between the county show and the majors. But this is the first stepping stone towards that.
It is, and I think it starts here. It really and truthfully, those majors, it's a whole different world when it comes to the level of competition. You're bringing in hundreds of thousands of dollars of work. Let's even go into the millions. Let's face it, it's an expensive aspect of the showing industry. But really, it comes down to what you do in your own barn. It doesn't matter where you come from. You can reach that same level of success. It takes a lot of time and effort put into those animals for sure.
And that's why I think it's so important, because it is such a competition, especially when you get to the major shows. But it's a very tough competition here too. But the neat thing about county shows is they give every kid the opportunity. It doesn't matter what kid there is or if they've ever shown before. We've had so many newbies this year that we've talked to, but they all have that same opportunity of showing an animal, and that's the great thing about a county show.
Well, and I want to highlight the caliber of animals that we have coming from McCulloch County. When I was showing, my biggest accomplishment outside of the showmanship, I would say, was a 4th place ribbon at Houston. And that sounds funny, you have your grand champions, you have the whole mix in there, but that was the first time our family had placed at a major show since 1956. So, and we're looking right here, your senior showmanship for the sheep goes to Rustin Fox. So that is awesome. But again, looking at these senior showmen, I would say over 3/4 of them have placed in a major. And that's incredible to say. Again, it takes years and years of trying to succeed there. And we do. We have some of the best here in McCulloch County.
Great to see the success of everyone being involved with that for sure. So we want to thank our sponsors for being with us. Coming up next, before we do this, coming up next
we have our heifers, and then moving into the steers. We are about to wrap up our show here, folks, so don't forget to tune in. We would love to see you at the sale tomorrow. Lunch starts at noon, and the sale begins at 1. So if you can't make it out here today, we'd love to see you tomorrow, and let's kick it off to the cattle.
Michael will come back to wrap it up with me after the show is over today. But I do want to mention that, of course, we want to thank our sponsors for being with us. Farm Bureau, of course, a very vital part, our main corporate sponsor for the entire show for us, as well as the fine folks at Brady Feed. Brady Feed are the sponsor of our cattle show. They're the sponsor of the heifer show and also the steer show today. So we appreciate Brady Feed and Fertilizer, and they are located at 2820 North Bridge Street right here in Brady. Brady Feed and Fertilizer sponsoring our cattle show, which is coming up next. Glad to have you with us here at KNEL. I'm Tracy Pitcox on KNELtv with you today from the McCulloch County Junior Livestock Show and Sale at the G. Raleigh White Complex.
Another friendly reminder.
KNELtv broadcasting from the McCulloch County Junior Livestock Show for today. They're getting ready in a few more minutes to start the Heifer and Steer Show. Heifer and Steer Show be the next activities that we have, and that'll be concluding our livestock show for today. So Heifers and Steers coming up next, and our Heifer and Steer Show brought to you as a service of Brady Feed and Fertilizer.
Picking up here. Oh, that might do it. There we go. Yeah, it just turned off. We'll watch it and see the battery.
Well, I was going to re-announce it for everyone, just give a refresher for what's coming up, and then I was like, then I asked Ray to keep us on.
We are about to start our heifer show. Just a reminder, our first class of British heifers has Chloe Powell, Colt Powell, and Layla Burnett. How about now?
Okay, and then what about our steers?
This is the first call for our PO efforts. We have Emery Bradshaw, Kelsey Dell, and Brady Kaiser. Coming into the ring now, we have Chloe Powell, Colton Powell, and Layla Burdell with their British Heifers.
Nice way. We get into the last chapter of the day here with the B show, probably my favorite species. But we get rolling here on the heifer show. We got 3 entries here for our first class for our British heifers. We're going to leave them just like they came in. Young man's going to start us off with his run shorthorn. I'll tell you what, man, I'm really impressed. Shorthorns are not really known to be very sound, and you have a very, very sound one at the ground. I thought she was the biggest footed, the most correct in the shape to them. I like that heifer just in terms of her moderation or cow value. It looks like not only is she a good show heifer, but it looks like she'd go on and make a really nice replacement for you down the line. I'm not going to call her maybe just the most unique up front, but what I appreciate is that she's modern, she's good flesh, and I thought of what we had out here, that female was the most correct in the way that she utilized her hind leg. Young man, shorthorn marked heifer that comes in next, has some unique pieces, big legged, really, really husky in the middle part of her body. That heifer's great shape. She actually might be just a little bit truer right out of the back of her shoulder than what even her class winner was. Though her feet are big, I thought they could be reshaped, especially her front right. And I thought the motion, the harder belly heifer probably wasn't quite as glass smooth, but I thought she was a little later in terms of her maturity pattern. I thought she was a little higher performing. I like the parts and pieces of that heifer's balance more than the mini that's going to close this out. Young lady, you're doing a really nice job for a mini, what I appreciate. That heifer actually has some height to shoulders. She's good in terms of her body line. I could settle her loin just a little bit and soften her out of her flank and from behind. She'll pull her hind leg and just a shot, maybe not be quite as coordinated as some other ones. Good classman with a nice class winner. Put your hands together for our first exhibitors here in our beef show.
For our British heifers, in third place, Layla Burdell. In second place, Colton Powell. And in first place, Chloe Powell. Chloe and Colt will come back for a grand drive here shortly. We have our second class coming in, our AOB heifers with Emery Bradshaw, Kelsey Dell, and Rayleigh Tyson. After this class, we will move into the grand drive for our heifers and wrap up our show with the steers. I do want to have a second to thank our concession stands workers. They are with Brady Youth Sports Foundation. and they're helping us out today, so we sure do appreciate them, along with our friends at KNEL.
Well, we're back here at KNEL on KNELtv, and I've got the Williams girls with me. How are y'all doing today?
Good. Good.
I have got Grayson and Charlie Williams with us. And so, Grayson, tell me a little bit about your projects that you've had. What did you show here?
I showed rabbits, sheep, goats, and that's probably it. Maybe. I don't know.
And how did you do this year?
I got Grand Champion Breeding Doe, Reserve Grand Champion Breeding Doe, Reserve Market Goat, and I reserved Senior Joes and rabbits.
Well, you did really good, didn't you? So how long have you been showing?
I think 3 years? I don't know. 4, 5.
So did your sister give you some advice about showing whenever you were growing up?
A lot.
Well, let's talk to Charlie. How are you doing today?
I'm good. I got Grand Champion Market Goat, Grand Champion Breeding Ewe, and Reserve Breeding Ewe, and then Champion Senior Goat Showman.
That's pretty impressive, isn't it? And of course, how long have you been showing?
I've been showing for about 8 years now.
So what do you enjoy about showing at the livestock show? What do you enjoy?
I enjoy I enjoy a lot of it. The responsibilities, the life lessons, everything in it.
And I think y'all go to some of the major stock shows too. Tell me about the major stock shows.
So we go to all of them. We go to State Fair Dallas, to Houston, to Austin, San Antonio, San Angelo, Fort Worth, Llano for the Hill District Grandstand Show, Odessa this year. We've gone to all of it, it feels like.
So what's the difference between the county shows and the major stock shows to you?
There's a lot of people. You don't know everybody. There's a lot. It's a lot tougher, and you meet a lot of people, I feel like.
So what do you plan on doing? Are you still planning on showing in the future? What's y'all's future plans? Y'all want to show in the future?
Yes, sir. I'd like to show in the future, and after I graduate high school, become an equine vet.
So what are you going to be when you grow up? Have you decided yet?
I want to be a mom and teach my kids to show better than I did.
That's a great answer. Well, that's the Williams girls. Thank you, ladies. I appreciate it very much, okay? Sounds good. That's the Williams girls, and as I said, they did very well. Grayson had the Grand Champion ewe, also the Reserve Grand Champion ewe, and Grayson also had the Grand Champion Market Hog. Charlie had the Reserve Grand Champion, and then also Charlie had the Breeding Meat Goat Grand Champion, and also the Reserve Grand Champion, and that Breeding Meat Goats as well. So the Williams girls did very, very well here today, and so good to have them with us here. We're going to hear a quick word from our sponsor, take a look rather of a quick from our sponsor, which are the fine folks over at Brady Feed and Fertilizer, and we'll be right back with another visit.
This will be our first call for our first class of steers. We have some British steers with Josue Madrano and Rayleigh Kaiser.
All right, we are back, and I've got Daisy and JC with me. How are y'all ladies today?
Good. Really, we're good.
So tell me about your projects outside here today.
Well, we worked hard on our sheep, and
well, we were working with our sheep. We had to wash 3 of them today, but we got them done. We got them set up. We got them in the show ring, and we did really good. And I think we can do good at the next show.
Awesome. So how long have y'all been showing?
About 7 years.
Okay, and I guess your sisters?
Yes, I'm the oldest. She's the youngest.
Okay. So what do you like about stock showing? What do y'all like about stock showing?
well, you get a score, and you also can get scholarships to college.
Mainly the scholarships help us get in those big colleges. just a good reputation.
So what kind of animals have y'all raised through the years?
We've done sheep, Angora goats, meat goats, and so far that's what we've been doing, and we stick with sheep.
So do you do any of the other stock shows, or do you just do the McCullough County stock show?
We go to this one, and then we go to the big ones.
Santone, San Angelo, and Houston.
Mainly big ones like Llano, Houston, San Angelo, San Antonio.
And I got to ask, what do y'all want to do in the future? Have y'all decided what you want to do in the future yet?
I want to go to college at Texas Tech and become a vet.
I want to become a teacher for like high school and elementary.
That's great. Well, congratulations and a job well done, and get to keep it up, okay? All right. Thank you all so much for being with us. A couple other bright young folks that are here with us today at the McCullough County Junior Livestock Show. We're currently in our cattle show, our heifer and our steer show currently right now. We're going to go back out to the arena in just a minute to take a look at some of those. But I do want to mention that we appreciate all the great sponsors for being with us. We're going to hear a word from Farm Bureau, who's our corporate sponsor for the entire weekend with us. And then we'll go back to the arena and look at some more cattle.
At McCullough County Farm Bureau, we don't just support agriculture, we cultivate a community where the seeds of tomorrow are sown today. Our commitment to the McCullough County Junior Livestock Show goes beyond sponsorship. It's about nurturing the next generation of leaders. Throughout the Texas Farm Bureau, we emphasize fostering agricultural awareness to empowering our youth because we believe in building not just farms and ranches, but futures. McCullough County Farm Bureau, where every day we grow together.
And we are back once again with us from the McCullough County Junior Livestock Show. Heifer show, man, that was a quick heifer show.
We thought the hogs were fast this morning. Flew through those heifers. Very cool show. I don't know if you caught it, but Case, our judge, he referred to that second class as a mixed bag of Skittles. Something neat about our heifer show, so we had it split between your British breeds and your AOBs, so all other breeds. The unique thing, that second class actually had 2 miniature Herefords and a Highland cross. Very, very different, especially for a county show, but also really cool to see because those mini Herefords, they were baldies, they were crosses there, but still had that quality in there.
So I wonder if it had to be probably more difficult for a judge to judge because you're talking about a couple of different kinds of animals, right?
You are. It's almost like comparing cars, and you have just a variety out there of ones that you would rather ride into work and ones that you would go racing down the highway on. It all comes down to preference.
Exactly. So what's coming up next there, Micah?
So right now we are moved into our steers. I will say our Grand and Reserve champion went to Chloe Powell and Colt Powell. They were out of our British breeds. Right now we have we have 2 classes of British steers and then 3 classes of all other breeds, our AOBs. So right now we have Josue Madrano and Rayleigh Kaiser. It looks like Josue won the lightweights there, and Rayleigh Kaiser has second place.
About what you said, 4 or 5 more classes still to go, is that right?
4 or 5, yes, sir. So I believe should actually really 4 classes, the grand drive, and then showmanship.
Sounds great. You still have time to come out and join us, so come on out to be with us. Don't forget the premium sale tomorrow. It's going to be great. We're still taking money for that. You can bring some money out here. I know anybody will be happy to take it and put it into the coffers as well. We'll check in with Mike in a few more minutes. We are live from the McCullough County Junior Livestock Show and Sale for KNEL TV today.
Today, we just look a little skinny and a little hard out here. He's got to be just a little bit heavier muscle from behind. Good pair of cattle, though. If you would, put your hands together. Well done.
In second place for our first class of British steer, we have Rayleigh Kaiser, and first place, Josue Medrano. Now calling the next British steers, we're going to have Grayson White and Caleb Fryer. And a quick reminder for everyone that raffle tickets are due. If you do not turn them in, you will be charged during the end at the sale.
I've got ideas. Yes and yes. Literally.
Nice pair of them here as we close out the British steer division. The young lady in pink has her class champion here, just from a market steer setting. She told me that calf's weighing on the middle range of the 13s. I like where he's at, young lady. He's good. You've done a really nice job getting that calf to his end point from behind the cattle. He's stouter than the steer that we have up front. Obviously, he outweighs him by what looks like 100, 150 pounds, but that is a broader top steer that's more appropriate. And it's just degree of finish, especially over his last rib. I still think he's fresh from the side. That calf's good in terms of his lines and his balance. I like just his carcass value a little bit more than the young man steer that comes in second. Mr. Grayson, he was shown to me earlier today. I asked him what happened to his cowboy hat. He said Pops took it. Can't get it dirty. And so Grayson, you're a good cowboy. You're showing a really nice calf. He's fresh haired. You've done a really nice job making sure that he's presented extremely nicely. A sound structured steer. He loses the battle a little bit up high. He's a flatter main calf. That's just a little more modest in the turn that he has up high from behind. I could still clean him up front if I really wanted to get you to switch the pair. But a sound structured steer that just needs a little bit more muscle today. Good pair of them all together. If you would, put your hands together for them on a job well done.
For your heavyweight British steers, in second place, Grayson White, and in first place, Caleb Fryer. They're going to stay in the ring here where we'll have our overall British steer drive. Coming out of your first class, we have Josue Medrano and Rayleigh Kaiser, and Caleb Fryer and Grayson White. This is our first call for our lightweight AOB class with Caleb Fryer and Layla Verdell.
nice group of them here to represent our British division of our market steer show. I know we got a couple more classes of exotics. But a good group of them all together. Class 1 was just a little different in terms of their type and kind. We had a moderate, probably Boulder rib steer that had just a little more muscle. We had a faster growing calf that was probably a little better balance. I opted probably for, in my opinion, what's going to be the safer grading, heavier muscle steer at the end of it. I told you guys that calf got a little plainer in terms of his look up front as we get him back out here compared to some heavier weight cattle. He's shooting a little bit behind the 8 ball today. Just overall mass and dimension. I don't think that steer's featured quite well. The young ladies that was second, longer hip steer that's good looking. He sounds structured. I told you guys he just needs to fill his frame in a little bit, not to sound too odd here. He's just like a young teenage kid. He's a little tall, a little gangly today. Young lady, his best day's gonna come. Okay, so keep feeding on him. The heavier weight group of steers, I thought both incredibly sound structured, very practical. Young lady's her one calf was quite a bit heavier muscle today, up high from behind. We can clean him up just a shot in terms of his chest, but I like that calf and what he brings to the table from just a market steer setting. My man Grayson down there showing kind of the off-colored steer section structured. He's really good balance and fresh air. I actually think compared to the lighter weight group of steers, that calf doesn't seem maybe as lighter muscled as what I call him. I actually read him pretty appropriate. We're going to keep the heavyweights together as Grand Reserve here in the British Division. If you don't mind, ladies and gentlemen on ringside, put your hands together for him on that job.
The reserve champion for British steer goes to Grayson White, and your champion British steer goes to Kayla Fryer. Coming up next, we have our lightweight AOB steers with Kayla Fryer and Layla Burdell. This is your first call for our medium weight AOB steers with Peyton Nuncio and Peyton Nuncio.
You say medium or heavy?
Medium.
So there's 3 classes.
As we wrap up here today, I do want to take a second to thank all of you for coming out here and joining, whether in person or online. I'm looking out and seeing some faces that have been here all day long since early this morning, and some that have just joined along the way. Either way, we really and truly do appreciate your support for these kids. I know it means the world to them, and we couldn't be here without you. So thank you for being here. We would love to see you tomorrow at the sale, and just sure do appreciate you for coming. It's too late.
11. When can you start? First grade. So 10. 11 minus 1. Don't be so evil all the time. You know what? Some days I'm not proud of something.
Nice way to start off the exotic division. The young lady's wrister right here is going to be your class champion. I'll be honest with you guys. I know we're at a small county fair. This calf is incredibly stout. You can go a lot of places and you won't find one at his age to be quite as heavy muscled as what this steer is. I'm not calling it perfect, but I really like his shape and his turn, especially up high. Jeff's got a good rib cage laid into him, and it allows him to transfer out to the backside of his shoulder square and really consistent. I thought the main difference between this pair is this guy from this view right here, he's got a lot more in terms of just endpoint bearing. He's a big-footed calf that's got a good look to him from the side. I'll be honest with you, as we just talked about type and kinds, I could adjust this guy in terms of the lay of his tail head, and I'm not going to call him maybe just the soundest footed of what we have out here, but big-legged, awesome looking, incredibly high quality. Congratulations to that young lady. Young lady, your Bronco steer's probably just a little safer in terms of his height and design, okay? I like the way that steer gets out in motion quite well. He looks really easy feeding, and now you've done a nice job with the feed bucket. My issue with him is today, we're a little plainer in our look up front with respect to the lack of maybe the same rib-shaped turn that we have in our class-winning steer. He just needs to be a little bit broader, okay, in every direction, up high from behind. But I like that steer in terms of just his consistency, his feedability. I like his feet and leg structure quite well. Good fair in there. Nice red calf to start us off in the exotics. If you would, put your hands together for these kiddos on the young woman.
Results for the lightweight AOB class. In second place, Layla Burdell. In first place, Kayla Fryer. Moving into our medium weight AOBs, we have Peyton Nuncio and Peyton Nuncio. This is first call for the last class of heavyweight AOBs, Kayla Fryer and Peyton Nuncio.
With the lamb that your brother is. Right? Isn't that right? No. Well, I was trying to help you out. You could lie and nobody would know that.
Nobody likes it. So, like everybody's been through sheep, and he was like, "Come over here," and they were digging around through these sheep. Too long.
It's just really impressive.
Bobby's not here. I remember talking about it, to be honest with you. I think he went to work.
You know, it takes a lot to put on a county stock show, and more than you would probably realize unless you've been there and helped. I think the fact of the matter is there's a lot of unsung heroes that put in their time and effort, and I want to take a second and thank them. You know, here in the ring with us now we have Amanda Nuncio and Dylan Jacoby. Earlier today, I think everyone saw Sarita Short. She was helping out just about at every show outside of this one. Along with that, we have Brett Strickland and Talon Eaton, who have been taking the pictures and very gracious with their help. Alongside me here today, we have Caden Speedy Carazales, who has helped me when I have had to step off the mic and in organizing the ribbons. So there's so many more other people I could list, but thank you to those who have shown up and helped without being asked. We appreciate you.
McCullough County Junior Livestock Show here at KNEL. I want to thank the top 10 buyers from last year's show, including the folks at the 4K Ranch and Channel Farm Operations, Tarleton Alumni Association, Brady National Bank, Cortez Welding, Fencing and Dozer, Brady Butane Company, Commercial National Bank, Heimer Insurance Services, Matterhorn Express, Pumpco Pipeline Construction, Graves Group Insurance, Brady and Hamilton Law Firm, PAC Foundation, and Jacoby's in Melbourne. Melvin. We appreciate all those top 10 buyers from last year's show. We also appreciate our sponsor who's sponsoring our cattle show today, and that's Brady Feed and Fertilizer. We appreciate Brady Feed and Fertilizer. They're located at 2820 North Bridge Street right here in Brady. You can always call them at 325-597-1629 for all of your feed and fertilizer needs. It's Brady Feed and Fertilizer.
He's just a little more modest in the shape of his rib from behind the cattle. He gets a little narrower and flatter made today, and I wish his hind leg was built just a little more comfortably, but I like that steer's quality. He bounces up a little bit better than what the gray steer does. A close pair from there, but if you would, put your hands together for those kiddos on the job well done.
For our medium weight AOB steers, in second place, Peyton Nuncio by the way of Braylon Brandenberger stepping into the cattle ring. And in first place, we have Peyton Nuncio. I think you should come back for more, Caleb. Oh, and in our third place, in our third and final class of AOB steers, we have Kayla Fryer and Peyton Nuncio.
What did you go with, Henry? What did you go with? Oh, sorry.
At the end of this class, we will have our AOB drive overall. Out of our lightweights coming back to us, we have Kayla Fryer and Layla Burdell. Out of our medium weights, Peyton Nuncio and Peyton Nuncio.
You mean supper at this point?
You know, it's sad to see the showmanship on this point. I think they've done a really good job for, always seeing returning faces coming back.
In any of his overages. Other than that, he's not been trying for every species.
Well, I think it's time.
Oh, how much money are you putting towards a female? I can't even pay the female I have now, and they don't count here.
But it's great because you've seen the returning faces, obviously the ones that we work with, you know, and then getting to see some newer faces, younger faces.
Oh, the little kids are all.
It's just a great feeling to see them.
Well, I mean, he might.
It's always a great time when you're seeing the first, first little show or just the add-in to the McCullough County Stock Show.
It brings in their family members too.
Oh, for sure. I remember my first experience. I bet you can remember yours, and it's just such a great time. All the excitement, the jitters. You know, now it's a little vice versa for us versus being here and the jitters of being recorded.
We're live. If anyone's listening out there on KNEL. No, and that's what I was telling Tracy about you. You know, we were best friends thick and thin. You saw me show, and it wasn't until high school that you stepped in. That kind of changed the path of where you ended up at. You know, to college degrees and friends made along the way. It's pretty cool.
Speaking of Brandenberger over there stepping in for the cattle, we're having to step in for the sheep.
Oh yeah, yeah. You showed some sheep for me back in the day.
I tamed the Dorper too.
Did I show you all for you at one point?
You did?
Yeah.
I remember you stepped in and never found out Taylor Christie stepped in and showed rabbits for me too. It's just a great, as Joe said, it's great to see the community actually come together and help out when they can. I love to see it. That's what I love, even getting to see on Evans with all the Angora goats, just everybody, all the hands on deck, everyone just wanting to help out.
For sure. All right, folks, we're moving into our third and final AOB class. Leading the way, we have Kayla Fryer, and following her up, we have Peyton Nuncio.
Really nice pair of a good way to close out the day. And I think it's a close decision. I think a gold steer that's probably just a little bit safer structured, especially up front. Ultimately, guys, I got to be honest with you, the gray steer hit me the hardest from the onset. I really like that calf in terms of just his general presence on my side. Compared to the young lady's gold steer, he's a little bit bigger in terms of his width on either side of his tail. That's a high neck show calf that's got a good head to him. I like that steer in terms of his general balance and the size of his feet. I think they're incredibly impressive. He's got one little bugaboo for me. That calf is just a little vertical in terms of his shoulder and knee. I could bend him back and square him off on his front foot just a little bit. I don't want to nickel and dime him too much. That's a really nice calf, young man. I like him quite well. The trade-off is the gold steer that comes in next. He's more moderate just in terms of his type and kind. That's a bigger rib steer that's honestly, he's a little further along in terms of his degree of cover. Up front, young lady, he's got just a bump of crest. He's a little plainer in terms of his look, but I still thought that steer, I thought both these cattle were tremendously good in terms of their degree of muscle. I thought the gray and white steer probably outbalanced the gold steer just a little bit, but a close pair of them nonetheless. A nice way to close out the Market Steer Show. Put your hands together as we welcome in our exotic grand drive.
For our heavyweight AOB steers, in second place, Kayla Fryer, and in first place, Peyton Nuncio. We are now moving into our AOB drive, and for the division, out of your lightweights, we have Kayla Fryer and Layla Burdell. Out of your middleweights, we have Peyton Nuncio and Peyton Nuncio. And out of your heavies, again, we have Peyton Nuncio and Kayla Fryer.
Well, we're getting closer to wrapping up our
overall grand champion drive.
Getting closer to finishing up our heifer and steer show for today. I think we have this round, and then we'll go to do the drive for the grand champion and also the reserve grand champion for today and those particular classifications. Great show, great looking animals, of course, here today. Still a great crowd on hand with us as well at the stock show for today. And I have to say that the judge has done a tremendous job in keeping up with the pace and the time as well. He's judged every category we've had today except for those of Angora goats. But he's done everything pretty much single-handedly throughout the entire day for the judging for today. And it's warmer now than it was earlier here today. Today was pretty cool when we started, but it has warmed up, thank goodness, and it certainly has been appreciated to all the folks that are here at the stock show. Yeah, our sponsorship of the heifers and steers made possible by our friends at Brady Feed and Fertilizer. We certainly appreciate Brady Feed and Fertilizer as our sponsor. They're located at 2820 North Bridge Street right here in Brady. You can always call them at 325-597-1629. Brady Feed and Fertilizer is proud to support the youth of McCulloch County, and they invite you to stop by and visit with them any time that you're looking for any kind of feed, fertilizer needs at Brady Feed and Fertilizer.
Sorry, folks, for any confusion. I know that sometimes we can work a little fast. In the last class, this young man right here with the gray and white steer, that was your class champion. And so all of our class champions, we have them in the right order. We'll go back through and just talk the differences between them. Young lady's red steer, the lightweight calf. I know we're on the lighter weighted things, but man, there's a lot of quality in that steer. I like them quite well. I told Brett behind me, the guy taking pictures, I'd really like to own that calf's mother, to be honest with you. A red one with that kind of shape and bone is tough to find, and they're worth a lot of value. His rear feet need to be shaped just a little bit better. I could dial him back in terms of his tailhead, and that calf has a ways to go just in terms of fattening up. But man, I really like this quality. A gray steer that was won the second class. I thought that steer was sounder and both heavier muscle than the white steer that was in there with him. From a balance standpoint, I could level that guy out of his hip. I could shorten him just in terms of his head carriage, but I like that steer in terms of his body type. We closed out the last class, so we just got done talking. I thought a gray heavyweight steer that was incredibly stout from behind. He was big-legged and he has a really, really good look to him from the side. He's not quite burly yet, but he's getting there, and that calf's rib cage will catch up to the rest of his body here shortly. I could bend him back just a shot in terms of his knee, but I like that calf quite well in terms of his balance. The yellow steer that was second to him, good body, nice market steer, a little plain up front. I didn't know if that calf had the same bells and whistles in terms of foot size and feature as what our class winner did. The young lady second place in class 1. Good feet and steer, has a lot of longevity to him, needs just a little bit more days on feet. But man, I'll tell you what, the steer show was really good. It's been awesome to work with your young people today. I like the young man out of class 3. He's going to have your champion. The young lady out of class 1 is going to have your reserve. Congratulations to all of our steer exhibitors today.
Your reserve champion AOB goes to Caleb Fryer out of the lightweights. And your champion AOB goes to Peyton Nuncio out of the heavyweights. We will now move into our grand champion steer drive. Out of your British division, we have Caleb Fryer and Grayson White. And out of your AOBs, Peyton Nuncio and Caleb Fryer. This is a reminder, after our grand drive, we will have our junior showmanship. So all cattle exhibitors 13 and under, come on down to the ring.
Little man's off-road.
grand drive first and then juniors. I'm surprised you can hear me over that camera.
No, we can't at all. The mics or the speakers are not.
The speakers have been busted for years now. We'll fix them one of these days.
Or not. Thanks
No, I wasn't. But I ran around with quite a bit of them. Yeah. Because you graduated 7 I was in it. Because you graduated in 19, is that right? 20.
When did you graduate?
At 18. But I know we had some speaking contests around the same time.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
It's speaking.
He does a good job. The other, the more judge, didn't hear one word he said, but I could hear what he said.
I have to be close to it.
Almost spit.
Here we go, folks. We're getting to the short close of the show now. A really good market steer show, and what's understood doesn't necessarily have to be said. People have been great to work with. We got some showmanship to get to here in just a second, but this is the last of the livestock that we'll get to talking. So my compliments to all you guys all throughout the day, from when we started this morning to now. I've been pleasantly surprised. I thought the market steer show was very good. All due respect to our British cattle exhibitors, I like both of the exotics to stay together as grain and reserve. Ladies and gentlemen are on ringside. If you would, put your hands together. This young man has your champion steer. That young lady right there has your reserve.
Your reserve grand champion steer goes to Kayla Fryer. And your overall grand champion steer, Mr. Peyton Nuncio. Let's give him a hand, folks. So, that's all right. No, Peyton and then Kayla. But Kayla just reserved it, right? Okay. Wait. Coming into the ring now, we have our junior showmans, all exhibitors that are 13 and under. And following them, we will have our senior showmanship, ages 14 and up.
Last call, junior showmanship.
Really nice group of junior showmen here. We'll go through and talk to Mr. Grayson here on the ends, doing a really nice job keeping his cap really still. Grayson, buddy, you're doing awesome, making sure that that steer's head is staying up, okay? Hey, the only thing that I would challenge you to do, Grayson, just always make sure that we can walk that steer at a good pace, okay? There's sometimes maybe we get a little slow, but man, I'll tell you what, your lights out from this view right here. The young lady with the red steer's done a nice job all day. I'll tell you what, that calf had just a little bit of wire to it. He had a little bit of go. You did a nice job. The only thing I'll caution you on, that calf is just a little scissor right here. I'll pull him up just half a step and get him back underneath himself. But man, I'll tell you what, you do a great job outside of that. The young lady in the black steer is doing good as well. That calf's kind of sidestepping. Young lady, the only thing I would tell you, I would just shrink your show halter just a little bit. It's kind of down around his nose. Sometimes I can kind of tick him off just a little bit, make him not want to act right. But a good group of showmen through and through. I like this young lady right here. She's going to be a champion junior showman. Congratulations to her.
Your junior showmanship champion goes to Kayla Fryer. Coming up next, we have our senior showmanship to wrap out the show.
Finishing up our junior showmanship and getting ready for the senior showmanship and the cattle show for today. Our cattle show is being brought to you as a service of Brady Feed and Fertilizer today. We certainly appreciate Brady Feed and Fertilizer for being with us today as our special sponsor for the cattle show for today. Brady Feed and Fertilizer, 2820 North Bridge Street, right here in Brady. You can call them at 325-597-1629. We also appreciate our Farm Bureau sponsorship as well. We're going to hear a word from Farm Bureau. We'll be back with our senior showmanship right after this.
At McCullough County Farm Bureau, we don't just support agriculture, we cultivate a community where the seeds of tomorrow are sown today. Our commitment to the McCullough County Junior Livestock Show goes beyond sponsorship. It's about nurturing the next generation of leaders. Throughout the Texas Farm Bureau, we emphasize fostering agricultural awareness to empowering our youth because we believe in building not just farms and ranches, but futures. McCullough County Farm Bureau, where every day we grow together.
Here we go. We've reached probably the saddest part of this for me. We get to the conclusion of the day, and so before we name our champion senior showman, just a couple of people to thank. Mr. Jeff Bedwell for having me out for a second year in a row. I'll tell you what, it's been a real privilege. There's a saying amongst the judging band that if you want to know if you did a good job judging a show or not, see if they call you back. And so I appreciate the compliment, Mr. Bedwell. Really enjoyed getting to come back here. To all the show staff around ringside, Micah and his crew announcing, Brett and his crew picturing. If you guys don't mind, put your hands together for them on a job well done. All the volunteers that we've had lining up classes, species superintendents, those guys, they have a really thankless job, but they volunteer their time for your young people to come out here and have a safe place to exhibit their livestock. I know it's been mentioned a couple of times, but I'm getting ready to move for the first time in my life out of the state of Texas. I will miss it dearly because of situations like this and experiences like this. Small county fairs is what I grew up on, and as I travel around and go to different shows and work with different people, really small town Texas is what built me, and it is what I'll miss the most. And so blessings to you guys and your community as you guys get ready for the holiday season. Be very safe. Remember the reason not only why we do this out here in the show ring, to have time with our family and our friends and to build good rapport and good fellowship with one another. But man, I hope you guys certainly enjoy the time. Kiddos, enjoy the time with your families. There's going to be a day where you just get to see your family going home on the weekends like I do now, and that's where I'm headed after this, so I'm really excited for it. But man, tell your folks that you love them, tell them that you're thankful for them. Remember, always remember the reason that we're put here on earth is to share the gospel, the love of Jesus Christ. I'm a sinner saved by him, and so I'd be remiss if I didn't say anything about that. One last time, Nicola County, thank you guys so much for having me out. If you don't mind, put your hands together one last time for these kiddos on a job well done. This young man up front, the red, he's going to be your champion senior showman today.
And your champion senior showman goes to Brady Bulldog. Y'all, again, we thank you so much for coming out. We thank Case for all the hard work that he put in today. Everyone who spent all their time and effort to support these kiddos. We really can't say thank you enough. Again, we would love to see you tomorrow at the sale. Lunch, most important part right there, right? Lunch starts at noon and the sale begins at 1. So we will see you there, and thank you for another good stock show.
Yonker Brothers Processing serves Mason and the surrounding hill country counties. We're your source for USDA-inspected processing of domestic animals you raise and the wild game you harvest. Our new 10,000 square foot facility can handle custom orders or wholesale processing. In our family, processing is a tradition. We'd love to help you put food on your table or process your meat for sale in the marketplace. Go to YonkerMeatProcessing.com for pricing. Download an order form and get started today, or call us at 325-294-4844.
Shall rise! Shall rise! Never give up! Never give up! Never give up! Never give up! We never give up!
Run power. It's been the wrong map. Power.
Hail Mary! Come on! Go long!
The Brady Bank may be obsessed with Hail Marys, but when you bank with us, your finances won't need one.
Watch the screen! Watch the screen! Coach, not Coach. Hail Mary! We're on defense!
Brady National Bank, a proud supporter of the Brady Bulldogs.
In Texas, we don't just do business. We build relationships. At Commercial National Bank, our people aren't just employees. They're neighbors, coaches, Sunday school teachers, and volunteers. We know your name, your story, and we're here when it matters most. Because at Commercial National Bank, we're more than a bank. We're your community, growing with you. Commercial National Bank, Texas values, local service, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
And we got to thank all of our sponsors. We certainly appreciate them. Brady Feed and Fertilizer, the Commercial National Bank, Jacoby's, the Brady National Bank, of course, Farm Bureau for being part of our broadcast, Yonker Brothers over in Mason. And we thank all of them for being a part of everything that goes on here today. And Micah Trull, we are through, brother.
Tracy, did you know that we just set a record, actually? This has been the fastest county show in McCulloch County history, wow. I think. No,
It has. It went by really fast today.
I had to look down at my watch before we came on. It is 2:10, and we are completely wrapped up. Yeah. We've been through 5 or 6 species throughout the whole shebang, but we are done. We made it.
I remember being here sometimes till 6, 7 o'clock at night or even later in the past, right?
Oh my gosh, we were talking about the rabbit show last night. It seems like we got out at 10 o'clock and started at 6. So, no, it's been great all around, even with it being a faster paced show today for sure.
We do want to go over our final. We'll go over the whole thing and all the grand champions that were participating here. You want to do that for us, Micah? You want to go over the grand champion and reserve champions for us today?
Absolutely. So going down the line, we'll start with our breeding and fryer rabbits that were judged last night. Out of your breeding rabbits, your grand champion went to Rhett Kaiser, and your reserve grand champion went to Taryn Murby. Out of your fryer rabbits, we had Carlos Gonzalez and Analia Valdez, For our gilts that occurred this morning, we have Braylon Brandenberger and Cooper Owens. For your market hogs, we have Landon Owens and Collins Brandenberger. For breeding meat goats, we have Charlie Williams and Charlie Williams. For market goats, we have Grayson Williams and Charlie Williams.
The Williams did good during those categories.
I think they got their goat. Keeping on with the goats and some consistency here, we have our Angoras with Trey Evans holding both your grand and reserve there too. For our ewes, the Williams make an appearance once again for our sheep, Grayson and Grayson Williams. Moving on to our market lambs, Flora Appleton took both a grand champion and reserve grand champion. And wrapping up our show for our heifers, we have Chloe Powell and Colt Powell. And for our steers, Peyton Nuncio and Kayla Fryer.
And then, of course, we did the senior and junior showmanship coming back through. And who was that for our steers?
So for our steers and your junior showmanship, we had Kayla Fryer, and our senior showmanship, we had Peyton Nuncio.
Great kids, great show as well today. And of course, tomorrow is a very important part.
So tomorrow we have to put the bow on the present, per se, and coming out and supporting these kids. I know that we've tried to emphasize that as much as possible, but really we can't understate that enough, that your donation and your support helps them get down the road. Whether it be a first-time shower who's hoping to show again next year, or a senior who is planning on finishing out their show season at majors, that'll help them get them down the road, whether they go to college or straight out into the workforce.
For sure. We want to thank you for your support. Hope you'll join us tomorrow. We'll be back on the air live on KNELtv starting at 1 o'clock tomorrow, and we'll have the entire show sale for you tomorrow as well. And I know, Mikey, you'll be there as well.
I will. Hopefully they keep me off of the microphone.
You can help us then. That's what you can do.
I can do some color commentary in the background. No.
So join Micah Trull and all of our KNEL cast tomorrow, and that'll be at the sale. Hope you'll come see us at the Davenport Civic Center. Once again, thanks to our sponsors, Farm Bureau, we appreciate them, the Brady National Bank. We also appreciate Yonker Brothers, the Commercial National Bank, Brady Feed and Fertilizer, and Jacoby's for helping to sponsor our entire broadcast this week. And especially, as I mentioned, Farm Bureau is our title sponsor for the livestock show this year. We appreciate each and every one. And most of all, we appreciate you viewing us. So be sure and keep it in tune to KNEL on KNELtv. You can catch us on KNELradio.com. Also on YouTube. You can also catch us on our Roku channel and our YouTube channel as well. All coming to you for KNELtv. I'm Tracy Pitcox. For Micah Trull and all of our staff here, have a great day.